Good morning and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for coverage of Lancashire's LV County Championship game against Kent. First of all, the bad news. It's raining in Manchester this morning. The good news is that the forecast is getting better through the day and we're hopeful of some play sometime this afternoon. Very important stage of the summer for Lancashire, who've played 10 games. They're third in the county championship. 4 games left and wins are needed. I'm delighted to say I've got Saki Mahmood alongside me, Lancashire and England star. Saki, good to see you. First time, first things first. How's the injury?
It's healing. So I had a scan last week. Got some good news. So it's as good as can be at the moment. Not completely healed, but I've got another meeting today with all the medical staff and I should know more, but fingers crossed I can start training this week. Well,
you're looking fit and strong, which is good news. Obviously, you've not done anything for about, 3-4 weeks now, maybe longer.
I think it's 10 weeks.
Is it now? 10 weeks?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's actually been 10 weeks since I put blank tracksuit on as well, so it's been a while.
So frustrating for you, but obviously frustrating.
Yeah, very frustrating. Just sort of watching the boys go out and do the business and watching the England boys on telly. It's been hard to watch, but sort of some good news last week. So hopefully it's all on the upwards now.
And some more good news, both for you and certainly for Lancashire fans, is that you've signed an extended contract with Lancashire.
Yeah, I have, and delighted that I've signed with Lancs. It's coming up to, I think it's been over 10 years I've been at the club now, so yeah, happy. And even on the day that I signed, all the messages coming through, I was, overwhelmed with all of that. So now I'm happy.
Great stuff. Good. Let's concentrate a little bit on this game, which we hope will get underway later on today, of course. Lancashire 31 points behind Surrey in the county championship. Both teams have 4 games left. Lancashire need to win, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And especially here at Old Trafford, where results can be quite hard to come. When games get affected by weather, which happens quite a lot, it's quite hard to get a result. So I think when they do get out there, they've obviously got to be on top of their game. But yeah, if you want to chase Surrey, you have to have a good home record, which we usually do. But as soon as games become weather affected, it's quite hard to get results here.
It's generally regarded as one of the best pitches in the country. That's all fine and dandy as long as you get 4 days cricket, or maybe 5 days in a test match. But it is tricky to take those 20 wickets, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's one of those you have to be on it both innings. As soon as there's a high-scoring innings, it's likely to go towards a draw. But yeah, as soon as it's weather affected here, it's hard work, and I think almost a combination you need to take 20 wickets here is something Lancs usually gets spot on. Not many other sides. I think bar Essex, no one's come here and taken 20 wickets in the last 3 or 4 years. So I think we've got some good spinners, we've got some good seamers, guys who can obviously enforce things as well. So we've got a good balance in that respect.
Whilst we've got a few minutes, let's have a look forward to this game coming up then, and Lancashire's prospects and the way they've been playing. It was a really good win last week down at Northampton, when, to all intents and purposes, they were up against it until the 4th innings.
Yeah, they were, and obviously day one was the hottest day of the year, and bowling first, you sort of tend to think, it's almost downhill from here, and but the way they went about it, and I was following the score, and yeah, in that last innings, the third innings I think was a big game changer. So Tom Bailey and Will Williams obviously took 9 wickets between them, and stopped Northants from really sort of progressing on and almost batting us out of the game. So obviously they did a great job there, and then for the batters to come out, and Josh Bohannon obviously got another 100. It was a great chase. Obviously we were following it. I think me and Jimmy were here, I think, following the game. So it was very pleasing to obviously see the guys get over the line.
Good to see Josh Bohannon back into form again. He scored a big double 100 earlier in the season and then had a bit of a fallow period, but these things happen obviously, and back again with a bang with 100.
Yeah, and form's one of those things, you're in and out of form all the time. No one's expecting you to go out and score 100 every game, but it's one of those when it matters most, like it did in that fourth innings, is when they mean a lot more to the team. You know, on a flat one, everyone can hunt and runs will get shared out, but on a day where you really need someone to sort of battle through for you and get that big 100 like he did, those ones mean so much more to the team.
Lancashire have been very close to winning a lot of games this year and not quite got over the line. Key example was the game at Southport when Keaton Jennings scored a triple 100. He's in fantastic form, isn't he?
He is, and saw him score a double 100 earlier on in the season, which he got run out at the end of, and a triple 100 here. But I think the most pleasing thing is once he's in, he doesn't give it away. Everyone's going to be vulnerable early on in their innings, but I found the real thing with Keats this year is when he's managed to get himself in, it's very hard to get him out, and he doesn't just score hundreds, he goes on and gets big hundreds. So I think that's the ruthlessness you want to show as a batting unit, as a top order batter as well. And those are the kind of things you're going to have to do. He's obviously missed the start of the season, but since he's come in, he's just got better and better.
A big blow for Lancashire, though, going into this game is the fact that Dane Villas has fractured a finger in his right hand and he's ruled out for at least a couple of weeks. How big a blow is that for Lancashire?
It is. I think with everything that Dane gives you as a captain, as a batter, there's a lot that you'll miss out there. But for me, I'd like to be optimistic that there's enough leaders in that dressing room now to be able to cope for one game, if it be. You've got the likes of Tom Bailey, Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, Stephen Croft. You've got these guys who can all sort of stand up. I'm not sure who's captain in this game, but I'd like to think that the dressing room's been left in a good state. And Dane gives you so much. As a captain, he's someone who leads from the front in every aspect, with a bat in the field, who's always demanding 100% from everyone. So I think it's just a case of everyone realising that just because the skipper's not there, they can't sort of fall off in their standards and that. So now I'd like to think they'd cope pretty well, but he will be a big miss, especially someone of that quality.
Look at the bowling attack. Obviously missing yourself, and Jimmy's missing as well. But you already mentioned Tom Bailey and Will Williams. Will Williams is just a new recruit, signed as an overseas player and now playing as a local player. He's a New Zealander with British connections, obviously. Have you seen much of him?
I haven't actually met him or seen him bowl in person yet. I've seen him on the stream. First thing you do when you sign somebody or anything is you look at their record, and he's got a very impressive record, bowling with the Kookaburra out in New Zealand. So, yeah, look, the way he started, it shows, he's a very economical bowler, someone who can hold length for you all day. And I think that gives us a nice balance, especially here at Emirates Old Trafford. Away from Old Trafford, you'll get a little bit in the wicket, but here, when there's nothing going on, you almost need bowlers to be able to control the rate as well as take wickets, and he gives you that.
Spin department, led of course by Matt Parkinson, but Jack Morley's been bowling well as well when he's been given the opportunity.
Yeah, he has, and to be fair, all the spinners at the moment are looking good. Jack Morley took a 5 for the other week, which was great for him. Tom Hartley took a 6 for and scored a double 100 in the second team this week as well. So the spin department is in, they're all in good form at the moment, and playing at Emirates Old Trafford, like we're speaking about again, spin is very key here, especially to take 20 wickets in day 3, day 4. Those guys need to stand up, so it's good to see that they're in some form.
Just talk to us a little bit about we mentioned it earlier about the pitch here. What is it that makes it so good for cricket, and do you enjoy bowling here? You must do, because you've been here for a while now.
I enjoy bowling here. It is hard work, and I think if you're a supporter, if you're a fan and you're actually at the ground, it's always interesting to see when opposition sides come here, looking at their body language from the first 5 to 10 overs. Is so many times I see bowlers and their shoulders drop, and they'll take wickets all around the country, but as soon as they come here, and because you don't really get a lot out of the wicket, you really have to put 100% in. Every now and again you might get a little bit, and because of the abrasive nature of the wicket, swing only lasts for 10, 15 overs max. And for me, I feel like that's when I really thrive and stand up, is when I see other guys sort of dropping their shoulders, and for me that's where I really want to stand up and make a difference. And it is hard work getting wickets on here, because it takes that. If you look at English conditions where it swings and seams about a bit, you won't get much of that, aside from maybe day 1 in the first session, and then after that it's pretty flat and it's hard work. But you know, the one game I played this year, I actually enjoyed so much. It was a very flat wicket, but I think, you know, we had a great attack that day, in me, Jimmy Anderson, and Hassan Ali, and it was so much fun, us three working together to try and take 20 wickets. And it's the only time we've taken 20 wickets so far this season. But just that, and I think it's how I've grown up playing here, is you expect it to be flat, you're happy it's flat, and you want to make a difference on there. And I think for me, in the future as well, it'll hold me in good stead, just having that mindset and that attitude towards any sort of wicket, because you are going to play on flat wickets. And I think the attitude we have here, not just for me, but as a bowling unit, is better than most of the squads, because you see their body language change very quickly.
That's a good summation of it. It also holds true for batters as well, because whilst it might be difficult to take wickets on here and it be perceived as a good batting track, you've still got to concentrate, you've still got to work hard as a batter.
Yeah, you do, and you've seen this year how many batters have scored big on here, and it is a wicket which you can score big on. It's a fast outfield, the square is rock hard, so the ball will fly off quickly, but it's very true paced. There's not many demons in it, but it does test you, and against a new ball there will be a little bit in it, but then it will get flat. So you've obviously got a bat time, but then on day 4 you will get spin, and there's also reverse swing if the bowlers are capable of using that. So I think as a batter there is the chance to score big runs, but you will get challenged in different ways compared to other wickets.
Saki, thanks very much for now. We'll get plenty more from you later during the day, we hope. And just in case you're wondering why there's no live cricket as it comes up to 11 o'clock, the umpires and the fielders aren't out there, it's because it's raining here at Emirates Old Trafford. And the forecast is that rain, the good news is that rain will dissipate through the rest of the morning, and we should get underway sometime after lunch. There's been no official word as yet from the umpires, but when we get that, we will let you know, and we'll be back as soon as play is about to start here at Emirates Old Trafford. Until then, we'll see you shortly. Bye-bye.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the start delayed with rain around this morning, and sadly, prospects, I think, of any play, certainly before lunch, look a little bit slim in truth. Lovely to hear from Saki Mahmood, be part of our coverage, hopefully throughout the course of the day, or at least parts of it, as will indeed Paul Allett. Matt Cole, who you just briefly saw on screen from BBC Radio Kent, is alongside me. He's left me. It's now an empty chair. He was here for a minute. He'll be back in a minute. He's going to go and update listeners in the south with regards to what's going on. So the two umpires are heading out to the middle. I wouldn't let that excite you too much. I think the prospects of any play imminently are in truth a little slim, but the forecast is much brighter for tomorrow, but it's a chance for later today. I think there's a very good chance we'll get something a little bit later today, hopefully, fingers crossed. But a little early chance for the umpires to have a wander around, see how the outfield is looking. The full covers are on, as you can see. I don't think it's raining particularly hard at the minute, if at all. So maybe that's encouraging. Having a little walk around the outfield to make sure in this early stage that things are all right. So the conditions are quite breezy. You may be able to hear on the sound effects the rattle of the the tarpaulins which are being used to cover up the cameras and the sound equipment. So a little early wander around the edge of the square from our 2 umpires there, just seeing if things are okay. The ground staff not yet started the mopping up process. There might be a possibility, therefore, of a little bit more rain in the not too distant future. But as I say, the forecast for later on today is brighter. Lancashire then 3rd in Division 1 on the back of a really good win at Northamptonshire last week. It was a run chase on the final day, a century for Josh Bohannon, and he was kind of the bedrock of that victory for Lancashire. And it was a crucial one too, because the teams above them forcing wins, both Hampshire and Surrey winning last week. So Lancashire went into that final day knowing really that a victory was needed. I don't think a draw or, of course, a defeat would have been a bit of a costly result for them. So they got the win last week, and it keeps them in with half a chance of keeping pace with Hampshire and Surrey at the top end of Division 1. Kent, well, they come into this fixture on the back of a good week. They went to Edgbaston last week, and they beat Warwickshire by 177 runs. So they had a really cracking week. I think once Matt's back doing his update, we'll have a little brief chat about how Kent have shaped up this season. So this is how the Division 1 table looks. Surrey are top, 6 wins from 10 and 187 points. Hampshire is second, 7 wins from 10, 173 points. Lancashire are third with 4 wins from 10 and 156 points. And then Essex have played 9, so they've got a game in hand with 4 wins from 9, 123 points. Yorkshire are 5th, 1 win from 9, but have racked up 113 points. They've drawn 6 matches and picked up quite a lot of batting bonus points this season of Yorkshire to help them get to 113 points and in 5th position. Kent are 6th, 2 wins from 10, 109 points. Warwickshire and Northamptonshire are 7th and 8th. Somerset 9th, and Gloucestershire at the bottom with 57 points. And without a win, the Gloucestershire boys this season, 7 defeats in 10 matches. That's how the Division 1 table is looking. The umpires might well be disappearing to have a conversation with the ground staff down below us. So I think you can see there that, I mean, it's hardly tropical. I mean, let's not get carried away. It's not like a beautiful blazing summer day, but it's not raining, I don't think, at the minute. So maybe a little conversation to be had with regards to when we possibly could see a start time if all the work is done. Elsewhere, then, these games have all started. Unfortunately, I think this is the only match which is delayed. Everybody else is up and running. Certainly in Division 1, that's the case. Whether I'm not sure if Division 2 games have started, but in Division 1, everybody else is playing. Essex are playing Somerset this week. Gloucestershire take on Northamptonshire this week. It looks a bit cold and wet in that dugout, doesn't it? The fact that it is now absolutely hammering it down again, sadly. So the brief little inspection where the umpires, they timed that quite well actually. They had a little walk around the edge of the square, and it was all nice and dry for them. And then they've retreated to a little bit of shelter, and it is absolutely belting it down now. So Essex are playing Somerset, Gloucestershire are playing Northamptonshire. Those games have started. Surrey are playing Warwickshire, and Yorkshire are playing Hampshire. From a Lancashire point of view, the games involving Surrey and Warwickshire are intriguing ones to watch, and Yorkshire against Hampshire, because they are the top 2. Surrey top and Hampshire are second. Surrey welcome Warwickshire and Hampshire at Yorkshire. That game at Scarborough this week. So as the week progresses here, we'll be keeping across the scores in those matches, and Kent supporters will have certainly an eye or two on the games involving Essex and Somerset, and Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, who are the teams that are below Kent as it stands in the Division 1 table. So sadly, no play yet. The start to this opening day has been delayed due to rain. Just checking in Division 2. The games in Division 2 are playing as well. So unfortunately, it's just Manchester that's got a bit of rain, and it does look a bit nasty out. Oh, goodness. The skies are a horrible thick grey colour. The flags on the roof of the media centre there, or the one solitary flag on the roof of the media centre, is being battered by the wind, and you can just see in the bottom right corner in the dugout the ground staff who are huddled, waiting for a bit of shelter and waiting for a break in the weather. But it's not a particularly summery picture, really. I was here on Friday for the one-day international, and that was affected by rain as well. We had in the end a result, but it wasn't particularly pleasant at times on Friday for the one-day international against South Africa. So no play at the minute, no prospect to play just yet, no confirmation therefore of the toss or the teams or anything like that. We'll bring that to you when we have news of that, whenever that may well be the case. But as I said, the forecast for later on today is certainly a lot brighter, and I think we'll have a decent chance of playing some cricket at some point this afternoon. We might have a little chat with Matt, who's back alongside me. Welcome to Manchester, Matt.
Hello.
It never fails to deliver when you come to town.
Is it just me? Is it?
I think
that's the only time it rains.
I think so. It's just when you're here, it's beautiful. Whenever Lancashire are playing somebody else.
Well, I've just been doing the update for BBC Radio Kent, or the update, the preview of the game, of course, and they said, can you bring some rain back here, please? Because obviously it's very dry in the southeast at the moment. So
that's not helping our mood now.
I was going to say there's an amount of jealousy down in Kent because of this, certainly for gardeners and farmers. But yes, delayed start then to this one. But yeah, looking forward to it nonetheless. Obviously, both sides coming off a win. I'm sure you've been covering that already. But
we have only mentioned it briefly. To the game at Warwickshire last week, that was a fabulous win for Kent, because the first day it seemed to unravel pretty quickly. Yeah,
I think 43 for 5 they were, looking under the cosh, and big worries that fragility in Kent's batting might have been exposed by the Warwickshire attack. But then, as they went through the game, they just got stronger and stronger in terms of the performances. They finished the first Warwickshire innings really well in terms of the bowling. After they put up a meagre total of 160 odd on the board, and then the second innings, Joe Denley's 100 and a big stand with Jordan Cox as well, who hit 70 odd as well, and then they bowled out of their skins on the final day. And I mean, there was all sorts of jeopardy with the weather there as well. It looked like they were going to lose it entirely. The forecast for the last day after a rain truncated third day was it's going to be a wipeout. So, having battered themselves into a good position, everyone was in Kent was a little bit worried, thinking, oh, what a shame. You've done so well to get yourself back in the game. But then they bowled really, really well. Matt Milnes was fantastic on the final day, took 4 for 11. Navdeep Saini has that yard of extra pace, the Indian, which certainly you can tell, even in the conditions at Warwickshire, just putting something different in the batsman's mind with that extra pace. And Matt Henry, as we know, consistent as he like, although he batted probably as well as he bowled in those 2 innings as well, came out swashbuckling and hitting sixes. So yeah, big morale boost. Kent the previous week had lost to Northamptonshire, and that was a real, pardon the pun for today, a real damp squib of a performance, a terrible last innings. They just absolutely collapsed. So yeah, and hopefully they see these points, I'm sure Kent fans do, as hoping to avoid relegation, keep themselves away from the bottom 2.
Yeah, 6 at the minute, Kent. So what's the view from Canterbury? Is it staying in Division 1 would be viewed as a successful season?
Yeah, I mean, I think players and coaches are always going to talk upwards, aren't they? So you talk to them and they say, well, we're looking upwards, we're looking to win every game. Well, of course that's true, and they have to keep that mentality. But I think realistically it's about staying in the division at this point, and still they're conceding a game to a couple of the teams below them as well. So they've played one more than a couple of the teams below them, so they're keeping an eye on that. But 22 points, I think the gap is the cushion now between them and the bottom 2. And obviously a performance like that against Warwick gives them real hope. The return of Matt Henry, who's more or less the prodigal son at Kent. I mean, I don't think people necessarily appreciate around the country, but when he left in 2018 with 75 wickets to his name for that season, and having very much helped bowl Kent into the first division, the question, and Kent fans hope forgive me for repeating this, but the question I got most asked, almost from the moment he left Canterbury, was when's Matt Henry coming back? It's been 4 years, and finally he is back. So he's a fantastic all-round player, great in the dressing room as well. As I said, Navdeep Seni as well gives them real hope. Although I think he's only going to be with Kent for 3 championship games in total. Yeah, that they could bowl their way out of this, I suppose.
Well, we'll see how it all unfolds, hopefully, over the course of the next few days. We'll get some play today, I'm pretty certain of that. The TV gantry below us, where various bits of equipment have all been bolted down and wrapped up, are getting a bit of a battering, really. The wind is pretty strong. I wouldn't venture onto the TV gantry just yet, Matt. Leave that one alone.
No, I'm not great with heights anyway. So
Right,
when the wind
yeah.
wasn't blowing, I wasn't particularly keen on
No.
it. So but thank you for the advice. I'll just keep off it for the moment.
Stay clear of that just for the time being. Right, so no play at the minute. We'll sign off for now, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll have at least news of a potential start time for this opening day between Lancashire and Kent. Hopefully, catch you soon. So the latest news from Emirates Old Trafford is that we have no play before lunch, and lunch will be taken at 12:30. So in an hour's time, so it will be a slightly earlier lunch interval. 12:30 with no play before lunch. So hopefully the conditions will have improved significantly for us to get some kind of restart time after the lunch interval. It does look, at least it's suggested on the radar, that it does look a little bit brighter in the afternoon, so we should get some play a little bit later on today. But Lancashire against Kent, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Raining at the minute, no play before lunch, and lunch will be taken at 12:30.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett. And today I've got a Lancashire legend alongside me, somebody who's been synonymous with the county club for the best part of 50 years and more actually. Played a part as a player for well over 20 years and then served the club as chairman for another 10 or 11 after that. I'm delighted to say that Jack Simmons is alongside me. Jack, good to see you. Nice to
see you, Paul.
Yeah, well, great of you to come. Jack played over 930 games, first team games for Lancashire, over 1,500 wickets, bowled 90,000 balls. Jack, you must be exhausted.
I don't think I could do anything near that now.
No, but let's just go back, because you were a relatively late starter to the first team, weren't you?
Yeah.
You didn't actually become established and a contracted player till you were 28. Why was that?
28. Well, I got offered a contract when I was 19, and naturally I wanted to come. But my mother said that nobody in the Simmons family has ever had a profession or a trade, and I want you to serve your time until you're 21. So I said, yeah, okay. And I came to the club, I must admit, and I asked the chairman and secretary, and they were quite keen that I could do that, because I think they were always...
You just carry on with your draftsman's qualification?
Carry on with my draftsman's ship at County Hall, and continue to play second 11 games as often as my holidays gave me enough time to do so. And I said, right, I'll do that. And when I came back to Lancashire and mentioned that, they were quite pleased that I was going to continue with my apprenticeship, and said, well, if anything happens like a broken leg, or you know, if you don't do as well as we think and we sack you, you've probably not got anything to fall back on. So I went continuing with my draftsmanship, but unfortunately that winter my father died.
Right.
And I was 19, and I was only on about £2.5 apprenticeship.
£2 10 shillings?
Yeah, £2 10 shillings.
So you had to support the family then, did you?
So yeah, well,
help.
my dad then wouldn't get whatever it was as a pension.
Yeah, yeah.
My mother only worked part-time because she had to look after my dad for quite a number of years. And that was, and the year before, somebody had come along to the family house and asked if I would sign pro in the Bolton League.
Oh.
I can't remember the club, I've forgotten what.
So you never actually did that?
No, and it was...
But you played for Enfield for...
I was with Enfield at that time.
But not as a pro?
Not as a pro. As an amateur, I'd been there in the first team since I was 14.
But did you not eventually go to Blackpool to pro?
Yes, but what happened then, because of we not having any money, and I'd had the opportunity the year before, but my dad had said, it's too early for you to go proing, you're too young. And that winter he died, so then it changes everything, you had no money. And I then got asked again when I was 19, Baxenden.
All right, yeah.
And I thought, right, it's handy. And I was getting more for proing on a Saturday afternoon than I was getting
playing working all week. So what about your style of cricket though, Jack? Because when you were a younger pro player, club player, you didn't bowl off breaks then, did you? You weren't.
Yes,
didn't you bowl medium pace?
No, off breaks.
Off cutters.
Well, they were a bit quicker than normal.
Yeah.
And then I also then went leg spinners.
Yeah.
But because of the opportunity to go pro, and of which if you did that, they want you to open the bowling. So I tried a few seamers, and I enjoyed it, and I got quite a number of wickets, and I was doing well. And the best about it is that Baxenden hadn't won anything at all, but they had a happy side, and I really enjoyed playing with Baxenden. And so I'd bowl a few seamers, then go on to offers, and if somebody was sticking, I'd have a go with leggies, and then I'd bat at number 3 or 4, and so I was always in the game.
So was it that versatility, that ability to bowl different balls and bat, that finally attracted Lancashire? They came back to get you in about.
They came back, but
about 8 years later.
Yeah, what had happened then? I'd been at Baxenden for 3 years, and they'd run out of money, only paying me 50 bob. And so Boyne-Olswick came in, and they offered me £7.50.
Blimey, riches, Jack.
And I kept thinking, this will help my mother and whatnot. So I signed for that, and we did well. I did well there, and we won the championship and a cup, I think. I did about another 3 or 4 years there, and during that time, the chairman of cricket at Enfield, that bloke called Bobby Marshall, who I'd known all my life since I was, playing for the third 11, and he used to say to me, I want to keep taking you to Blackpool on a Sunday afternoon when they're playing the
to play friendlies for Blackpool?
Friendlies for Blackpool, not as a pro, and they wanted me to go because it helped. A lot of the first teams didn't play on a Saturday and a Sunday, so with me as a former pro with Baxenden and Boyne-Olswick, they thought, well, it'll just lift our side a little bit, and I got a few hundreds and got a few 5 wickets, and then when their pro got injured, they then asked if I would pro, and I'd signed again for Boyne-Olswick, and they said, we want you to sign like a 3-year or 4-year contract. And I said, well, with playing at Blackpool, I enjoy going to Blackpool, and I had a lot of friends there, and I said, well, I will sign, but if Blackpool come for me, I want your word that you would release me so I could go and play only as a pro. And they said, yeah, we'll do that. So that happened. I went to Blackpool, and
you did well.
I did well.
So what finally persuaded you to say, right, I'm going to give this a go full time?
Well, what happened then was I got selected because I've been doing well at Blackpool, and I got selected for the league side, who was playing against another league side. Now, with that, everybody at Blackpool knew what I wanted to do, and they turned round and said, right. And my mother, my dad died.
So we're talking about 10 years later.
Later, and I signed for Blackpool as a pro for 21 quid.
Well.
Now that's 3 times I were getting at Boyne-Olswick.
Yeah.
And
so what about coming to Lancashire then? When did you you eventually decide?
By playing in the league side, the Northern League side, I got 70 odd with the bat, and I got about 3 or 4 wickets, and that was in 1969, I think. 68, yeah. And I said, right, 68. I was getting, worthwhile, and then In '68, the chairman finished at Lancashire.
Yeah.
The secretary finished.
Yeah.
The coach finished.
That was when Cedric Rhodes came in, and
and got rid of everybody.
Got rid of everybody. Yeah.
And
got rid of everybody and signed you.
And he signed me. Yes, I went there, which was fabulous, and to go, and the new coach, because I was at Blackpool and playing in that league side, the new coach, of which I've forgotten his name, he would come down. And he said, right, I want to sign you up because of the Sunday League starting in '69. We need 1 or 2 more people who can bat and bowl, and we'd like to sign you. So I said, right.
Fantastic.
I jumped at it.
And that was the start of a 20-year career with Lancashire. But when you came, you were coming into what was a successful Lancashire side. They'd won the Sunday League.
Yeah.
And
well,
it was
I was
just
in that.
You were in that, yeah, and they were just on the cusp of winning those 3 Gillette Cups.
Correct.
Now, how big an influence on you was Jack Bond, who was captain at the time?
Fabulous. He was the one that would turn round and he knew at that time, '69. All right, '69. How old was I? 27, 28?
28, yeah.
28. He'd known what I'd been, he'd known the opportunity that I'd had and refused it when I was 19. And he more or less took me under his wing.
But in a way, Jack, you'd been, you'd got the experience of this new form of cricket that Lancashire were playing.
Yes.
40 overs,
Yeah.
60 overs, that's all you'd played because
Yes,
you'd played for
played.
10 years in the leagues.
Yeah,
So you were ideally suited to it.
correct. Yeah.
And what about your style of bowling? Because Lancashire broke the mould, really, didn't they? In terms
they
of the
did,
way
with
they
spinners.
approached spinners. You and David
Bondi
Hughes.
played 2 spinners.
You and David Hughes.
Yeah.
And they broke the mould in the
Yeah.
way they approached one-day cricket.
I can always remember the first one. We were playing Essex, I think it was, away, and he picked me into the side, but didn't pick David on this occasion. And Sully bowled, and Woody bowled, and what was it called, the West Indian fast bowler at that time, and he gave it a whack. And
Who, for Essex?
yes.
Boyce, Keith Boyce.
Keith Boyce. And that then interpreted to Jack, I can set a field for the spinners, but I can't set a field for somebody bowling quick, outside off stump, down the leg side, and so on. So he left Sully out, and I think he left Woody out to start with, and played both David Hughes and myself, and we got 20 odd wickets apiece, and I think we did that for the next few years.
You did. What about your style of bowling though, Jack? Because you weren't what would be termed a classic off spinner, were you?
No, it didn't turn much, was. Occasionally I got one to turn, and
but did you develop it was a quicker style of off-break bowling?
Yes, yeah.
And you did turn 1 or 2,
Yeah.
but you developed a really useful way of bowling towards, well, it didn't matter when it was, Yorkers. You bowl Yorkers.
Yeah.
And there were very few spin bowlers bowling
Who
them
could
then.
do that, huh?
So how did you develop that?
I think just purely from practice. The coach at Old Trafford, Stan Worthington, didn't, when I went at first, didn't want me to bowl an off spinner, a leg spinner, or an arm ball. He said, you have to just concentrate on what you're going to be. An off spinner, you bowl off spinners, right?
Yeah.
And I said, fair enough. But then when the new coach came, he said, after one particular over...
Who was that, John Savage?
No, it was, I can't remember his name. He lived at Cleveless.
After Oldfield and before Savage, was it?
It would have been, yeah. Anyway, and I got encouragement to bowl an offie, to bowl a leggy, to bowl that, all in the same over. Whereas one coach had said, no, you can't set a field to all those. And then one said, yes, we can do our best to do this, and it will mean we have more variation in it. And it just worked on from there.
Well, how influential, both personally and to the team, was Jack Bond? Did he shape this team?
Yeah, he was one who always, and I'll never forget this, he would always go into bat like a bat number 6. He'd probably used to, well,
6 or 7.
6 or 7, but in his youth, a little bit of the youthful days for Jack, he would bat at 4. And I know I do know he scored 2,000 runs in a year.
He did, and didn't score 100, did he?
He didn't score 100, and 1,000 of them were all down to third man. But he was the one that you know, just kept me going. I used to get annoyed with him slightly when I was playing in the championship. He'd probably have bowled you, and he'd bowl Pete Lever, and then he'd bowl Woody, and then he'd bowl Sully. And I'm thinking, am I not getting a ball here? And then he might bowl you again. And I can always remember it was against Kent. And I thought,
does he know I'm in the side?
does he know I'm in the side? And he then turned round and said, right, Simo, have a go at this end. Right. So I walked up and he said, I know I've waited until now and I've done it on purposely. He said, because I know you're going to get these 2 out. One was Notty and one was...
Elam?
No, it was...
Woolmer? I could go through the whole side then, but...
yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Anyway, it doesn't matter that bit. And I went up and he said, right, this end. And he said, I know you're going to get him out. And I used to get Notty over the period of time that I played against him a lot LBW, sweeping it. And that, how it just continued from there, with getting wickets, and then we were batting, Yozu and myself at 7 and 8. And it gave us a good side batting down to number 7 and 8.
Yeah,
at least.
You excelled in one-day cricket in
Yes.
that period.
Yeah.
Did you ever get frustrated either then or subsequently about your red ball county championship form? I mean, that side that you played in was as good a Lancashire side as there's ever been.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a good one.
Did you get frustrated that you didn't
get
win the
as
county?
many as you thought, many overs as you get. But he would always utilise you at a certain time if somebody was getting runs a little bit more freer. Come on, Simo, get that Yorker going, leg stump, and let's curtail it a bit, and so on.
But from a team perspective, why didn't you win the county championship?
I'll never know that.
Because you had you seen
probably,
bowler,
yeah.
Lever Shuttleworth Lee,
Yeah.
Simmons Hughes,
Yeah.
5 quality bowlers,
Yeah, not.
and then all your batters, Lloyd, Wood,
Yeah.
Hayes,
Yeah.
Lloyd, Pilling.
I think.
It's as good a side as ever been.
Yeah, and I think probably because I did change, not change a great deal. I had then, John Savage was coach,
Yeah.
and Sav,
He was a traditional off spinner, wasn't
he was a traditional off spinner, and he helped me to be able to get it a little bit better with a bit of a
Loop.
Yeah. And I was always keen to go and speak to Mortimer, wanted to speak to Fred Titmus, and Who was it from Yorkshire? The off-spinner, captain of England. Illingworth. They helped me.
Berkey, Jack Birkinshaw.
Berkey as well. But who was it? That helped me more than anybody.
John Savage.
John and Illy. And would always stop and have a chat. And even when Illy, and this was a very closely knit thing, what was going to happen, because Illy left Yorkshire and was coming to Lancashire. And I thought,
was he? Really?
Yes, yeah, he was going to come.
Really?
And I thought, crikey, that's going to take my place away. And
so you told him to go to Leicester instead, did you?
Apparently, they must have offered more money at Leicester than Lancashire. And he went, and boy, did I! Was I happy?
Could all have been different. I never knew that.
Yeah, and he came, but even then, well, he helped me enormously every time. And his wife, I think she was called Betty. And I'd always say to him when we were finishing playing, "Are you having a pint after, Illy?" And he'd say, "Well, I have to have a word with wife." And she always turned round and said, "If you're stopping, it better be for Jack Simmons." And he said, "Well, it is." "Oh, well, you're all right. You can go and have a pint and have a chat." And he continued to help me all that way through. And that, with the, the new coach who wanted to try this and try that.
Yeah.
And because we had that good of a side.
Yeah. So I mean, you didn't start till you were 28 full time.
Yeah.
And you were still playing at 48, which is a considerable age for a professional sportsman, even a cricketer.
And I didn't want to pack up then.
No, I know you didn't. How did you manage to keep going for so long?
I think just because I wanted to do so, and I'd missed.
But how did you keep yourself? I mean, fitness is a modern term, obviously,
yes.
And you would admit quite freely
I
that
wasn't the fittest in the side.
No, but you were effective and,
and
efficient.
I would do what I had to do. A lot of people wouldn't know that I did quite a bit of fitness and running at home.
Yeah.
I didn't tell too many people, for chance I didn't like doing it after a short time, and it was just one of them things that it just fell in.
You were, I suppose, the fact that you bowled off breaks, it took less out of you than.
Oh yeah.
And you were a really good slip fielder.
Yeah, and so I wasn't running around at third man and whatnot.
You made yourself into a slip fielder.
I did, because I turned round to Bondi, and there were Pete Lever, there was Shutt, there was yourself, Woody, and we'd tried quite a number at slip. And he was, and we were dropping too many. And I just turned round to Bondi and I said, "Bondi, I'll have a go at slip as long as you'll give me a go.
As long as I can
not
drop
one game." And then quite a few kept sticking. And it just went, well, when Clive was there, he was at first slip and I was at second.
Yeah.
And I can remember at second slip how many times I caught Viv Richards.
How many times, Jack? Once?
Oh no, I must have been at least half a dozen, all off Woody.
Really?
Yeah. And they were amazing.
Those little floaty outswingers that he
just
bowled.
little dibblers, and I'm at second slip and catching. There you are, Woody, that's another.
Let's just talk about Tasmania for a minute or two, because it'll be something that a lot of our viewers won't remember about. You went to Tasmania, and you were with them for 6 years, And Tasmania were the poor relation in
Yeah.
Australian cricket.
Well,
and
they
you
were-
basically transformed them into a first-class unit, and you won the Gillette Cup for them.
Correct.
How did you manage to do all that?
Well, when I went, I got offered. Pete Lever had been the coach the year before I went,
Mhm.
and I'd been to South Africa, and I went with Dickie Bird.
Mhm.
But quite a few county players went to South Africa in those days. And I went, and I enjoyed it, and I did well.
Mhm.
And they wanted me to come back. And with that, who was again? It was.
But
Bond-
you got
Bond.
to Launceston, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Pete Lever had gone to Launceston the year I'd gone to
South Africa.
South Africa, and I'd done Peter's contract for him,
Right.
and I knew what I was getting at
Mhm.
South Africa, which was something like $2,500.
Was less
no,
than what,
rand or
was less
whatever.
than what he was getting.
Far less, and I organised him to get $2,500.
Mm.
And anyway, I can always remember coming back, and we had a good season. We hadn't. I'd played and I'd done well. I'd got runs and I'd got wickets, and we had a reasonable side, be it that they were all amateurs.
But they made you captain, didn't they?
Yeah, they made me captain. The two overseas
Because
players,
you were the only pro, basically.
no, John Hampshire.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, well, it's automatic that John will get the captaincy of Tassie. And he said, who was it then?
You're the chairman of Tassie.
Chairman of Tassie. And I went to Launceston.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I was captain of, and we beat South and we beat North West.
Mm-hmm.
So when it came about that they were picking the Tasmanian side, I just automatically thought,
Hamps a big cap.
who was it? I'd just automatically get it, Hams.
Mm.
But no, they picked me.
Mm.
And I said, naturally, I'm very proud of that, and I'll do my very best that I can do, because I believe there's a lot of talent here, but not a great deal of experience.
Mm.
And there's one or two that I would put out of this Tasmanian side into quite a number of sides in Australian first-class cricket.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a matter of talking to them about how good they can be.
Mm-hmm.
And we just went on, and I think it was, yeah, they'd never ever won a game at Tassie.
No.
They'd never ever won. They used to play against whoever the international side.
They didn't play the state sides, did they? They just played the international side.
They just played the international, and they didn't play that. So with us then getting into the
You played the one day, the Gillette Cup,
Gillette Cup, and we got beat every game.
until you won it one year.
Until we
In
went to
79, wasn't it?
Yeah, we went to Melbourne to play Victoria, and I was captain, and I had a word with the groundsman, and I said, how do you think the wicket will be okay for a 4-day game and a 1-day game? And he said, oh yeah, it won't be a problem, Jack. So what he did was to allow me to, and Booney was just on the scene then. Booney was, and he was my
Protege.
son, my son that I'd never had.
Yeah.
So I'm pushing for Booney to come into the side, and we went up to Queensland and Hampton. They had about 5 test players in the side, and we got to the last over in the Gillette Cup, and we have number 11 batting and Booney, about 16 or 17 years old, facing the last over, and with 1 ball to go we needed 4 runs. And Amp said to me as we're sat outside watching the game, he said, they're setting him up for a bouncer. He said, can he hook? I said, yes, he can hook. I said, I hope he bowls him a bouncer. And he bowled him a bouncer and he hit it straight in front of square, 4 runs, and we won the game that took us to the final.
Fantastic.
Which was, we had to travel to Perth to play Western Australia, which was the strongest side in those years. Having
well, Lily and Marsh playing, would they?
Marsh, yeah, Marsh he played. Lily did play, yes, of course he did, yeah. And it was just too much for us. But I turned around to our side and said, as far as I'm concerned, this will give you more confidence to be playing against these in a proper competition that you've never had before. And we did all right. We were respectable, but that was it.
Jack, you've watched cricket now and played for the best part of 50 years, haven't you?
Yes.
What do you admire? Do you enjoy the modern day game, or do you still hanker after the game being played as you knew it?
No, it's well, as I enjoyed the game, a lot of it initially was the one-dayers, so I still enjoy those. But I learned a lot from the likes of Hamp, John Savage, and those who were playing regular in the championship. And I was fortunate again, Paul. You know, you have people that help you along the way, and then there's a certain number of people that seem to do a little bit more for you each and every time it's needed. And I was just grateful that the coaches that helped me, and then when I'm trying to think of getting into the first team
What, in the
on a regular basis.
In the late 60s, early 70s. Yeah.
And we'd never won a game, right? And we played against Victoria at the MCG. And it got down, and they'd a left arm quickie. Oh, they were on tip of my tongue the other day. And he was bowling the last over. And I'm batting, but number 11's batting with me.
So you've got to take all the bat strike.
So I had to take, and I can't. We needed. Well, this is how it went. The first one, I hit in to extra cover and ran, and the next ball, I think it hit him on his pad, and I got down. I thought, well, I haven't to do that again. And when I hit the next one through extra cover, and I said, we can get 2. He said, no, we can't, and I'm not running for 1. he said, we only need 4 or 5 and you were going to have to get them
all.
without me coming down that end.
And you did it, Jack.
And I thought, crikey. And it got down this, and I tried to pick one because he knew I had to get the runs, and he had like a 6-3 field, so I'm trying to hoik this over there, and we got a 2, and then we needed 4 to win the game. And I wanted him to run, because even if it hits him on the pads, I'd get across again, but he wouldn't run. He turned round, the number 11 it was.
He said he wasn't running.
And I said, why are you not running? And he was a 6'4" fella, this. What was, I can't remember his name. And he wouldn't run. He said, the only time I'm coming down to this end is when we've won.
There you go then.
And so I hit the last ball over mid-off extra cover. Jim Higgs was on the boundary edge. He dived, it hit his fingertips, and as he dropped, it ran out of his fingers and went over for 4, and we won the game. You have never ever seen excitement like never before. All the players ran down the from the dressing room onto the MCG, followed by all the committee, and followed by as many Tasmanians who were watching it in the members. They all ran on the field. I've never known that ever to happen ever again.
No, Jack, thanks very much, Jack. It's been really good talking to you. Really enjoyed it. Fascinating tales of the past. And thanks very much for coming.
It's my pleasure, Walt.
It's a pleasure. Well, it's a pleasure to talk to you, Jack. Right, that's it from Beyond the Boundary. There'll be another edition coming up soon. We'll see you then. Bye for now.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real, like you United too.
And some good news. We have details of a start time. 3 o'clock is what I'm being told. If, of course, there's no further rain. So the toss will take place at 2:30. So we're still just over an hour away from that. So the toss at 2:30, start at 3, and we're going to have 51 overs to be bowled today, and an extra 30 minutes will be carried over into days 2 and 3 for time lost through the course of this morning. So 3 p.m. start, providing there's no further rain. 51 overs to be bowled on day 1, with an extra 30 minutes to be added across days 2 and days 3, and we'll have the toss at 2:30. So we're about an hour away from confirming news of the toss and indeed the team. So that's encouraging news. It's stopped raining. The ground staff are working out there now to get things ready for play. Just peeling back some of the sheets there that cover the broader square. The super sopper is out doing its work. Ground staff battling with the wind as well. Steady on. It's like a giant kite. See the ground staff flying off towards the edge of the city centre at this rate. So yeah, they've got the task of battling with the wind as well as the rain. But the work is underway to get the ground ready. It is still pretty overcast, but it is much drier, the forecast now, for the rest of the day. So hopefully we've seen the worst of the poor weather, and we'll get ourselves started. So just a reminder for you, if there's no further rain, we'll have the toss at 2:30, so in just about an hour's time. 3 o'clock start, and then 51 overs in the day, with 30 minutes to be carried over into days 2 and days 3. So we're back with you in well, before 2:30 for the toss, and then hopefully a 3 o'clock start. We'll let the ground staff continue their work to get the outfield ready. Lots of challenges for them, with the wind in particular. And fingers crossed, no further rain. And we'll be back with some live coverage. News of the toss at 2:30, and the teams, of course, and then play starting at 3 o'clock.
Who's up there, Rye, as well?
Well, good afternoon, and thankfully we've got some exciting news. We can see the two captains there and the two umpires in conversation, so we're not too far away from a start. We're going to have the toss in the next few moments as well. We've got Stephen Croft captaining Lancashire. There is Lancashire's captain for this week, Stephen Croft. No Dane Villas. He has a bruised finger. He picked up this injury in Northampton last week, and Croft captained the team when Villas was unable to take to the field last week in Northampton. And Stephen Croft has that responsibility again as well. He's got plenty of smiles there for the Lancashire man. Of course, he's done this job a few times. He was Lancashire's captain for a season, and of course was part of that successful T20 side as well. So he's done this role quite a few times. Experienced man, Stephen Croft, proud Lancashire man, and he is captain in Lancashire. And just to his right hand side there is Sam Billings, who's the Kent captain as well. So there goes the coin, and there we go. Stephen Croft's having a little peer over to see what it is. We'll find out who's done what and what the outcome will be in the next few moments. I do have the Lancashire side. In fact, I've got the Kent team as well for you. This is how Lancashire are lining up. They've got Keaton, Jennings and Luke Wells. And Stephen Croft returns the coin to whoever it belongs to. Keaton, Jennings and Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon and Stephen Croft. And then Rob Jones and Washington Sundar. George Lavelle, Luke Wood, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Jack Morley make up the Lancashire side. Stephen Croft still looking to try and find who that coin belonged to. But news is that Kent have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. So that's the news from the middle. Kent win the toss and bowl first. And we'll run through the Kent side in just a few moments as well when we've got confirmation of that. The news though is that Kent have won the toss, are going to have a bowl first. Just a reminder of that Lancashire team for you: Keaton Jennings, Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, Washington Sundar, George Lavelle, so he keeps wicket for Lancashire this week because of the injury to Dane Villas. Croft is captain. Luke Wood, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Jack Morley. So Lancashire have named two frontline spinners in their team. In Washington Sundar, the off spinner, and Jack Morley, the left arm spinner, as well as other spinning options including Croft himself and Wells and even Rob Jones if required. So there's no Dane Villas for Lancashire. He has a injury and doesn't feature. The playing conditions, if you missed it a little bit earlier on, we're down to 51 overs today. So we've got 51 overs to go today. We're underway at 3 o'clock, and tea will be at 20 to 5. It's quite late. Ready for a piece of cake at that point. 20 to 5 tea, and close of play scheduled for 6:30. So 51 overs from 3 o'clock, 4:40 tea, and 6:30 close of play scheduled to be, but of course we can go on, and there will be additional overs bolted onto tomorrow's play and Wednesday's play. So we're going to have 104 overs tomorrow and 104 overs on Wednesday to make up for the time that we've had lost through the course of this morning session. So that's good news. We've had a toss, we've had the teams confirmed, and we'll bring you that Kent side just as soon as that filters through to us, and hopefully not too distant future. And then we'll be underway at 3 o'clock. This is the I think we've got it now. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent is alongside me.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't had time to digest it, so I'm just going to read it off the card if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
It's been sent to me, so thanks for those in the Kent office sending it. So Ben Compton, Zach Crawley, Daniel Bell Drummond, Joe Denley, Jack Leaning, Jordan Cox and Sam Billings, so the same top 7 that Kent had against Warwickshire. That'll be Grant Stewart, Matt Henry, Navdeep Seni and Nathan Gilchrist. So Nathan Gilchrist hasn't played for some time. He's been out from injury, but played a couple of second 11 games, has got through a lot of overs now. Grant Stewart also returning to the side. No Matt Milnes, who was excellent against Warwickshire. They've rested him and Matt Quinn. Sheer workload on them because they've had, like Lancashire, a long list of injuries to the seamers. So they don't play the one frontline spinner who is in their squad of 12. Amidala Kadri, who played really well actually in the return fixture, one of the few that came out of that with credit down at Canterbury. He's not in the 11. So that is, yeah, Kent's first 11 then for this game against Lancashire and bowling first.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, and we'll be in full flow around about 5 to 3 thereabouts. See one or two of the Lancashire players not involved in this fixture, including Blatherwick there, who has had a few injuries. Jack Blatherwick, but he's not too far away from being back fully fit. George Lavelle, he's the wicket keeper for this fixture. No Dane Villas, so he actually came down to Northamptonshire last week. He was drafted into the game at Northants because of the injury that Villas picked up, so he keeps wicket again. And Luke Wood, who got some wickets last week for Lancashire at Wanties Road, keeps his place in the side, along with Tom Bailey, the frontline seam bowlers. Luke Wells will be batting at number 2 for Lancashire, and then Keaton Jennings to open the batting, and there is a spinning option there as well if Lancashire want to use Luke Wells. And the Kent players just going through their warm-ups as well, getting ready for having a field first. They're gonna have a bowl first in this match. Or Kent, so Lancashire will be batting first. The conditions are still overcast and not particularly summery. In truth, there's quite a strong breeze across the ground, but hopefully we've seen the last of the bad weather. So that's the news here. There's the teams. We'll remind them for you a little bit later on. Kent will be bowling first, and we're due to start at 3 o'clock. So we'll be back with you just before 3 o'clock with play underway and 51 overs to be bowled today. And eventually, at last, after waiting through the course of the morning and the flags getting battered and indeed wrapped around the flagpole, oh dear, so that sorts itself out. We're going to start at 3, so we'll catch you there about 5 to 3. Well, it's it's hardly cracking the flags, but it's quite windy and it's a bit chilly. And no wonder Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells are waiting for the very last moment before the venturing from the relative warmth of the dressing room and heading out. But here come the two opening Lancashire batters. We've just been watching the Kent players warming up on the edge of the outfield as well. A very warm welcome to our full coverage now. We're back, we're underway in full. Live on the BBC Sport website and the app and on Lancs TV. The two umpires are heading out to the middle. Hold on to your hats. This is Pratt and Lloyd today. And Graham Lloyd on the right there, Neil Pratt on the left. It's a day where you need to be careful of losing your hat. Sam Billings, the Kent captain, winning the toss and electing to have a bowl first. And Kent are bouncing out to the middle, as indeed are Lancashire's opening batters. Luke Wells, quite a few paces in front of his partner Keaton Jennings. Maybe 10 yards behind Keaton Jennings as Wells leads Lancashire out. Be plenty of jumpers out there, and the Kent players. Plenty of hands in pockets, kind of shoulders slightly tense. Just doing their best to try and keep warm. It's not ideal conditions really, but look, it's dry, so we're playing. It's dry and we're playing. Scott Reed and Matt Cole with you for this opening day. Matt will be back in just a few minutes. He's gone to update listeners on BBC Radio Kent, and Paul Allett will join us as well in about half an hour's time for an hour or so. So we're going to have Paul with us for a little bit of commentary on this opening day. Zach Crawley's got his hands in his pockets, keeping his fingers nice and warm. With the wind howling around, it will be Luke Wells to face the first delivery. Matt Henry will bowl it from the Jimmy Anderson end, and the flags on the roof of that pavilion are billowing quite firm in the breeze. And already we have a problem behind the bowler's arm. I've no idea what we've got a problem. there's a door need closing, or I don't know. Something needs to be done. I don't know what the problem was, but whatever it is, it's been resolved. We've been waiting since 11 o'clock for some live cricket, and we still couldn't play with the with the problem behind the bowler's arm. But here we go. We're up and running. Here's Henry into to Wells. It's a delivery of good length, and it just squares. It turns him up a little bit, but he defends it neatly. He's riding behind it and playing the ball safely away in towards but down the pitch rather, and there is no run. So we'll see how we get on. 51 overs to go, and subject of course to the weather. 3 slips in position. It's worked to the leg side this time by Wells, and again there is no run. Tea will be at 4:40, which is quite exciting, and the close of play will be scheduled for 6:30, but we've got 51 overs if the weather plays its part to have this evening. We'll run through the two teams for you, and again just to remind you of who's who. Henry into to Wells, it's nudged back down the pitch, and there is no run. Both these sides coming into this fixture on the back of victories for Lancashire at Northamptonshire and for Kent at Warwickshire. Sure we'll be getting the thoughts of Matt on that. Belting win for Kent at Edgbaston last week. Here's Henry to Wells, again playing forward. The ball comes off the edge of the bat, just deflects out towards point, and there is no run. To both with good wins last week in the county championship. Emphatic win for Kent. That's a terrific victory at Warwickshire. I mean, a rather shaky season, but still to go to Edgbaston and to have that turnaround actually after poor first innings. Again, Wells off the front foot, just easing the ball safely into the offside for no run. 165 all out Kent, and then they come from that to win the match by 177 runs. So a brilliant performance to clinch a victory at Edgbaston for Kent. It's Henry. Final ball of the first over into Wells. Oh, that comes back in. It wraps him somewhere on the pad and loops away into the offside. Big appeal. Big sustained appeal from Henry from behind the stumps. Not out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. And that completes the first over. So a maiden to begin with. Matt Milne's got 4 wickets at Edgbaston for Kent in the Warwickshire second innings. 4 for 11 from 6.4 overs. So a brilliant spell of bowling. Of course, that wonderful century for Joe Denley, making 141 in the Kent second innings as they declared on 384 for 9. But not before. I think it was it Matt Quinn who came out, and I'm going to ask Matt when he comes back in. I think it was Matt Quinn who came out, didn't bother taking guard, smacked it for 6, and then they declared. Wonderful. And Kent with the victory by 177 runs. And Lancashire went to Northamptonshire last week, and they beat Northamptonshire by 4 wickets. They were set 278 to win, and got there thanks to a century from Josh Bohannon in the second innings. So good wins last week for both of these two sides. And Navdeep Saini is going to send down the first over from the Brian Statham end. Mike McCall has returned just in time with Keaton Jennings on strike.
And Saini then bowling with his number 96 shirt blustering around him. Bowls now to Jennings, the left-hander, and full delivery. Jennings with a blocking action into the offside. I think Joe Denley has picked that up at a shortish cover to the left-hander. 3 slips and a gully in behind him as well. Like a fairly lively first over from Matt Henry, I thought. This pitch has got a bit of zip in it. It has. Even on these gloomy skies here. So yeah, 3 slips and a gully. Daniel Bell-Drummond's at point. Then mid-on, mid-off. Although is Denley going round more to cover? No, he's actually more an extra cover there. Man at square leg, and at a deep fine leg as well. Is Saini bowling full again to Jennings, deflects that into the offside, calculatedly just open the face slightly out towards point. First run of the match is on the board, and some spattering of applause from the spectators here. I think the cable-nicked jumpers, after bizarrely enough turned up for Kent on the warmest day of the year last year. Perfect timing. So, but they don't have numbers on. No, so not really helping the commentators or the supporters out there.
Well, it's tricky, that, isn't it?
But yeah, cable nick gate has become something of a thing.
Okay.
Those they call supply chain problems, which are blighting sports club. But seriously, they just got the cable nets in time for it to go 40 degrees plus. But they might need them today, might they?
It's a bit brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Is Saini now bowling to Jennings, who again, a little push into the offside. Sorry, it's Wells, isn't it, of course, because they've taken a single there. Again, it's just a gentle deflection into the offside. Fairly quick bowler. Navdeep Saini has a half a yard on most of the Kent attack. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields. Say kudos to the camera operator, who's just out to our right there. Because there's us wincing in the commentary box, thinking how inclement it is, and we're protected by glass all around. And they're out there in the wild. Here's Saini now bowling. It's gone through him. Looks like between bat and pad that. Keaton Jennings, good full-length delivery. Again, it's just that extra pace from Saini, I think, there. No great lift, but through. Good carry towards Sam Billings. And first one that's really beaten the bat, I'd say, so far.
Good ball, wasn't it? Yeah, good ball.
He bowled, I think I'm right in saying, 12 no balls in his first innings against Warwickshire. Changed ends, and it really worked a lot better. Took 5 wickets, Navdeep Saini. But when he settled, he looked something, as you'd expect from a man who's played Test cricket for India. Outside the off stump left by Jennings, very sensibly as well. And there is no run. I was going to say, the noise you can hear there, I think they've got it looks like a transmitter just in front of us.
Yeah.
For the, well, I say as if I know. Something to do with the electronics. I just wave my arms very widely here. But it's wrapped against the rain in, well, an executive cover of thin plastic.
Yes.
That you might find in your kitchen drawer. Here's Senny to Jennings. That leapt a little bit at Jennings. He's seen it off into the offside, and there is no run. But it looks like there's decent pace in this pitch, but very well judged by Keaton Jennings as well. End of the over, 2 for no wicket. Of course, not too long ago, Keaton Jennings had 3 figures and well, 3 tons worth, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
At Southport, so should be in good nick.
Yes. Yeah, had a absolutely stellar week in Southport for the match against Somerset with his triple century, and then he had a terrific semi-final on finals day, hoping to get Lancashire off the line against Yorkshire, top scorer in the match, well, in that game. So yeah, he's had a decent few weeks. 2 without loss. Here's Henry bowling. Oh, and Wells plays forward. Ball just nibbles away past the edge of the bat, and Sam Billings, the wicket keeper, takes the catch, and there's no run.
That's one of those deliveries that's done a bit of both, which I always find incomprehensible. So it's nibbled away, but then it's coming back towards keeper. I guess it's the old wobble, isn't it? Sam Billings did mention that. They're both Edgbaston here, wicket keepers. I mean, they love making excuses, don't they? But I'm joking, of course. But yeah, definite wobble towards him as well.
Henry balls. It's a ball pushed forward wide, and he takes it on, Luke Wells, looking to drive away through the covers, swing and a miss. Down to Billings again, there's no run. Jennings comes down and has a little look on the surface. There was one almighty conference taking place. In fact, first from Lancashire and then from Kent, as the players came out to assess the pitch.
Yeah, it was a meeting of minds out there, wasn't it?
It's like a NATO conference. Yeah. It's like the G8 or something. Henry into Wells, nudged out towards the onside. There's no run.
Oh, Kent, it was a sort of drip feed, wasn't it? You had captain and head coach, so Messrs Billings and Walker went out. Then they were joined by batting coach Ryan Tender-Scarter, bowling coach Simon Cook over the next minute and a half or so, and then Denley came out, Crawley came out. Everyone seemed to have their, and then it was like, yeah, you're right. It was almost a team meeting around the pitch.
I mean, there was someone on the knees at one point.
Prayer.
Henry in to Wells. That's a wide ball, and it gets a bit wider and taken by Billings. So there's been a well thought out decision. Obviously, Kent have won the toss. I'm not sure what Lancashire would have done, but a lot of thought put into it. And a lot of cricketers all emerged as soon as the cover was removed, the hover cover. And it was just kind of lifted up away to the left. The players all kind of filtered out to take a little sneaky peek. It's a good ball from Henry as he found the edge. Wells playing forward, beaten and through to the keeper, and there's no run, but a terrific start here with the ball for Kent. A few have gone past the edge. It's genuine play and miss from Wells. Sam Billings happy. Kent captain and keeper. Good start by his bowlers. This feels like it should be difficult, shouldn't it? The conditions that we've got.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I know you were saying this is a used pitch or a one-day international pitch, so.
Here comes Henry again to complete the over, left by Wells. Does just shake back in again before it reaches Billings, the keeper. And there's no run. End of the 3rd over of the Lancashire innings. 2 without loss. Wells 1, Jennings on 1. Yeah, this pitch was used on Friday for the South Africa match. Now, it wasn't a full 100 overs on it because there was rain around on Friday.
Of course, yeah.
And of course, that's the game where South Africa were 6 for 4 at one point.
Yeah.
But this is the same pitch that was used on Friday.
So it was suggested with 2 frontline spinners in Lancashire, maybe expecting some grip. So does the wisdom say you want to bowl last on that one? Kent's strength is in their quick bowling. Conditions you think, yeah, you've got to bowl first, haven't you? As a lovely shot from Keaton Jennings straight back past the bowler. very little backlift, but it's a straight drive. Stewart is straining to get after that one. Has he stopped it from getting to the boundary? He has not. It goes 4-4. And Joe Denley chasing after it as well.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely straight drive. It's one of those where you think as a fielder you're in with a chance of catching it, and it just seems to get a bit of momentum and the ball trickles its way to the boundary. But lovely shot from Jennings, lovely straight drive for 4, first boundary of the match.
So Senni just halts beside a pile of sawdust there. It's going round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings. Coming in at the left-handed you'd expect it, but well judged, straight through to wicket-keeper Billings. You can see a smattering of spectators at the far end. It's not bad actually, because there's on was it 4 levels of the pavilion there that we can see, but there was just to the left of them as we look from this media centre end. There was people there more or less from when they were let in when they were at 10 o'clock,
yep.
who've been very, very patient waiting for this in fairly inclement conditions. Here's Senni to through to Jennings, leaves that once again through to the wicketkeeper, no run and no ball. There we go. I raised the spectre of that. Certainly happened against Warwickshire before he found his rhythm. Navdeep Senni wearing a big tubey grip on his left arm, not bowling arm. Goes back, receives the ball. You can hear the vague sound of this vehicle is reversing beeps rather, from the right hand side. Senni now bowls to Jennings, defends it. The offside. There's a half shout I think from Sam Billings, who's very exercised as he would expect from a wicket keeper. Back to him from Daniel Bell-Drummond at point. Jack Leaning's inspecting the ball very carefully at third slip. Chief Polisher throws it back to Joe Denley in his faded Kent cap, fading to sort of light brown colour, with his sunglasses optimistically perched on that cap.
like any optimism though.
Yeah. Throws it to Senni. Halfway through his second over, bowling to Jennings now, and leaves it. Again, looks a good leave from Jennings, judging the ball well outside the off stump. As I say, there's only 2 kind of leaves, but seems to be working Senni out at the moment, between bowler and batsman with the new ball. I was mentioning the beeping of those vehicles because there's a construction site, isn't there, to our right as we look, Scott. More stands going up there?
I think well, it will be a stand and a hotel type combination. So there's another hotel being built with restaurants in it and stuff like that, and then some seats in front.
So Senni now to Jennings, defends that up to mid-off, and there's no run. It's a hint. It's Senni's first over of beating Jennings between bat and pad, but he's looked a lot more solid in this over. Though international class at both ends for Kent. They've been threadbare, their seam attack, in terms of being reduced by injury. It's one reason that Milnes and Quinn have been rested this time round, because they've been bowling game in, game out. But Senni and Henry from India and New Zealand respectively. Bowls now to Jennings. Writes him on the pad. Big appeal, that one. Looked like with the angle he's bowling round, might just have been going down there. But lusty appeal. Senni immediately turning and appealing. Wicketkeeper slips up. They like that one. Umpire said no, which is the most important thing. 8 for none then, off exactly 4 overs here. Lancashire against Kent with Scott Reed and Matt Cole. Shortly to be joined by Paul Allott, a legend here at Old Trafford. Looking forward to his company. Welcome wherever you're watching this on the live stream via the Lancashire Cricket, or indeed BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, it's kind of the final stage of the development. Is what I think that's the last piece of redevelopment of the ground that's currently taking place. As Henry's in, bowls to Wells. That's worked out towards the leg side. And pigeons are scattering at mid-wicket. Wells gets through for a single. He moves on to 2, 9 without loss. Yeah, there's a new hotel. I think there's a heritage centre in there and restaurants, and then some seating in front to complete the redevelopment work of the ground, which has been ongoing for quite some time. It was the old Red Rose Suite that was in that part of the ground. It's been demolished in the winter. A little flick off the hip from Jennings down towards fine leg. And Jennings moves on to 6, and the score moves on to 10. Without loss, it brings Luke Wells back on strike. A 10 for no wicket. Lancashire, early stages of this 4-day match. Let's hope this in the last of the poor weather. We get full 3.5 days in. Henry for Kent, running in towards us. 3 slips waiting. Left by Wells. Again, that just shakes back in. Tricky for Billings. He's got the ball moving around. Plus, he's got the quite strong wind blowing into his left-hand side. So that movement back in, assisted by that really kind of strong breeze. Flags billowing there, are pushing into Sam Billings, the keeper, into his left-hand side, into the bowler's right-hand side as he comes into balls. It's quite a challenge, I would suspect. Henry again. Just nibbles away past Wells's bat. Taken by the keeper, and again there's no run.
That's a good line from Henry, isn't it? That one just, you could see almost in the body language from Wells, wondering whether he should push forward, wondering whether he should play at it, and coming back minutely, as you're saying, getting the ball to move around Matt Henry, but these 2 standing firm, 10 for none.
And 2 balls left for the 5th as well. Defended out into the offside by Luke Wells. There is no run. This was the only game that's not seen any play up until this stage. This is the latest start across this round of championship matches. There's been play everywhere today, and apart from here until 20 minutes ago. So frustrating wait with games underway across the country in Divisions 1 and 2. Wells with a forward defensive, just comes off the inner half of the bat. Deflects out towards the leg side for no run. 10 without loss after 5. Wells on 2, and Jennings unbeaten on 6.
Same things moving on at pace elsewhere. Essex are 83 for none against Somerset. Oh, I'm just making sure that it's updated there. No, it's not at all. 147 for 2. I was going to say 32 overs doesn't sound like very many. I know Kent were in trouble with their over 8 last week, but it's my computer not updating. Yeah, 147 for 2 against Somerset at Chelmsford. Yorkshire recovering a bit. 145 for 6 though against Hampshire. Senny bowls inside part of the bat as Jennings goes on the drive there. Miss hits it. Skews it out to Stewart, who's at mid-on. Still the 3 slips and a gully in. Gloucestershire 178 for 5 against Hampshire against Northants rather at Cheltenham. Hope it's not too breezy there out on the balcony at Cheltenham. You're not given much. Have you commentated from there?
I have, yeah.
You're not given a lot to cover, are you?
No.
Either. It was fearsomely hot last week, wasn't it? And if it's breezy like that today, it could be a interesting place to commentate. Here's Senny to Jennings, who defends it into the offside, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, who comes down for point to cover, bouncing as he throws the ball back to Sam Billings. A lone pigeon makes its way across the field from right to left as we look. Not sure there'll be that many snacks on offer for it today. It's not really a picnicking sort of day, is it, for those out there in the stands? A strong breeze. Sending now to Jennings once again. A little bit wide, and it's gone through Daniel Bell-Drummond. I don't think he stood much chance with that, actually. He's running after it to see if he can stop it going for 4. He's going to get there just before it does, and they'll come back for 3 in the end. It's a wide ball from Senny, driven by Jennings into the offside, and square of the wicket as well. It's bounced off 1 or 2 of those cut strips. It's just bounced past Daniel Bell-Drummond. I'm not going to criticise him much for that, because it took a very odd bounce a couple of times there.
Yeah, that was tricky, wasn't it? And I think he had a couple of pigeons to contend with. I think the ball actually was... So he had the pigeons flying off in the middle of all this, and then the horrible bounce off one of the used pitches. So yeah, that was pretty tricky, wasn't it, for Daniel Bell-Drummond?
So Luke Wells just looking around the field now. He has 2. Jennings heads on to 9. 15 for none as the man at square leg, Nathan Gilchrist, the sleeveless jumper, is pushed back to deep square leg. Now is he going short here? No, full delivery. That's gone straight through to Sam Billings. Looked like a play and a miss just outside the off stump, Luke Wells, who just mimes the movement off the pitch there. Yeah, well, they're miming it to each other now. It's like they're doing a dance routine. It's all gone a bit Saturday Night Fever, this one for the youngsters. Outside the off stump. Yes.
I can imagine Luke Wells in a pair of flares.
Look, they're both cat a dash, aren't they? They're both tall.
They look terrific. Yeah. Giving it the old walk. You know,
oh yeah, absolutely right. It's yeah.
It's a strut, isn't it? It's more of a strut than a walk.
Medallions, the whole lot. You think?
Yeah.
His Senny gets close to the stumps as he bowls that one. Wells much more solidly behind that one, and there is no run. They both cut a dash. Are they in the quite in the orbit of Strictly yet? I suppose Keaton Jennings has played for England.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, yeah.
No,
definitely.
Ramprakash got on it.
He did, didn't he?
Very well. So,
yeah. Sure, what his dance moves are like, really, but
no. But you'd think, I mean, footwork is a massive part of being a batter, isn't it? So it's not too much of a reach to be able to learn those. Come on. Here's Sonny trying to Wells, defends it into the offside. That indulgent laughter from Scott Reed tells me I've gone too far off on a tangent too early.
No, not at all.
I'm afraid we're only in the 6th over here, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait until Thursday afternoon.
That's always assuming someone's listening at that time. You're very optimistic. As Navdeep said, he goes back to his mark. Last ball of the 6th over. And we'll just have a message from Kevin Howells. There we are. Always nice. Here's down the leg side. Effort ball from Senny. Left by Wells. And had some venom in it, but always going past him. Down leg. End of the over. What time is your tea, says Kevin Howells. Can I reveal that? I already have done now.
I think you can reveal that, yeah.
It is 4:40, isn't it?
It is 4:40.
We're told it's an immovable feast today, isn't it?
4:40 tea.
Yeah. It will be 4:40, whether you like it or not.
I think so, yeah, that's what we were told. 51 overs, of which we've had 6. 4:40 tea. Scheduled close of play 6:30. And then 104 overs tomorrow, and then 104 overs the day after. So it's looking. This is punched by Jennings up towards mid-off for a single. No, stopped at mid-off. There's no run. Thought he just got it past Denley, but got away to his right-hand side, low down to his right quickly. Stops the ball, so no run. 15 without loss. Still 3 slips: gully, point, mid-off and mid-on, square leg and long leg. Matt Henry bowling from the James Anderson end into the 7th over of the Lancashire first innings. It's short and wide from Henry. Jennings just crouches down and ignores it, really. Luke Wells comes down for a chat from the other end. Reminder for you that Stephen Croft is captain for Lancashire in this game. There's no Dane Villas. He picked up a finger problem last week in Northampton, so not fit enough to play. So Croft captains the team, and George Lavelle will keep wicket. Henry to Jennings, leans into it and the ball deflects off the inner half of his bat out towards square leg. Jennings moves to 10 and the score moves on to 16 without loss. We are halfway into the 7th over of the Lancashire first innings.
Mention a couple of scores. Warwickshire 108 for 4 at the Oval against Surrey is the other. First Division 1 I missed, so wickets falling there.
Wells taps the bat, and Henry comes in and bowls and plays forward and defends and there is no run.
There's just a hint. I mean, Lancashire fans will accuse me of trying to talk these two out, but just a hint maybe that they're starting to settle, Wells and Jennings here. I think particularly Keaton Jennings has looked very solid so far.
Henry to Wells. Just turns him around a little and plays it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. We've enjoyed a good few weeks, these two. A few century partnerships together. One big partnership at Southport, of which Keaton Jennings went on to get that 318, and then they put on, I think, 165 in the match at Warwickshire a few weeks back. Lancashire chasing down 330 on the final day to win that game. Henry to Wells, plays forward, and the ball nibbles away past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper, and there is no runs. That completes the 7th over of the Lancashire first innings. 16 without loss. Wells 2, Jennings on 10. So a steady start. Senni will continue for Kent. He's bowled 3 overs for 13. He's got 3 slips and a gully and a point. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Comes around the wicket and bowls, and left alone by Jennings. Gathered by Sam Billings, and there is no run. So Lancashire coming into this game 3rd in Division 1. Kent 6th in Division 1. Mentioned both teams on the back of 2 excellent victories. That 2nd win of the season for Kent Edgbaston takes them up to 109 points, with Northamptonshire and Warwickshire and Somerset and Gloucestershire below Kent, and certainly within striking distance of Yorkshire and Essex, who are just above them. As Jennings angles this ball out towards mid-on for no run. And Lancashire's victory, their 4th in 10 games at Northamptonshire, keeping them 3rd in Division 1. But Hampshire, and in particular Surrey, have a little gap at the top of that 1st division table. Yeah, Lancashire 16 without loss in their first innings. We're into the 8th over on a blustery day at Emirates Old Trafford, but we have play. 3 o'clock start and 51 overs to be bowled. Kent won the toss and opted to have a bowl first. So Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells on the batting for Lancashire. Wells on 2, Jennings on 10. It's cloudy, it looks a little chilly, it's certainly very breezy, but we do have some live cricket. 18 without loss. So that's how the Division 1 table looks heading into this this round of fixtures. Of course, the final round of Championship fixtures before the start of the Royal London One Day Cup. Senni comes over the wicket this time to Jennings. And that disappears between 3rd slip and gully down towards the 3rd man boundary. Trickles into the rope. And 4 runs for Jennings. And Lancashire move on to 22 without loss. And Jennings moves on to 14 not out. And the One Day Cup starting in a few weeks' time with warm-up games against neighbouring National County side before the competition in full starts a few days later. Jennings plays right forward in defence, and there is no run. Not everybody's played the same number of games, so there will be some teams who will play 3 final rounds of fixtures in September. Some will have 4 to play. It's all bubbling up quite intriguingly in Division 1. Jennings drives. Denley fields at mid-off and there's no run. 22 without loss. Jennings remains on 14. ...805 runs this season for Keaton Jennings. He's at 318. He's pushed his average up to 80. Forward again goes Jennings, and the ball's eased back along the pitch, and Denley comes across to his left from his left-hand side to field the ball. Not gone for the jumper, Joe Denley. Plenty have, I don't blame them neither. Wind is pretty strong. But Denley's not gone for the additional jumper. Short sleeves again for Luke Wells. With Jennings at the non-striker's end. Here comes Henry in and bowling to Wells, who leaves this delivery. Through to Billings, hands it to Crawley, and there's no run. Matt Cole will be back after 4 o'clock. Paul Allett is alongside me. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Scott. I'm sorry I left you on your own for half an over or something.
Oh, that's okay. No problem.
Yeah.
You all right?
I'm very well, yeah. Glad there's some cricket going on. Glad that it stopped raining. It's the only place in the country where it's been raining.
Yes. Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Henry into Wells up onto his toes and drops it into the offside. There's no run.
It's not news, though, is it, for anybody that lives in this neck of the woods?
Had a bit of a shocker the last few days with rain. Friday night. Friday night, the one-day international here was interrupted, wasn't it, with a bit of rain? It only seemed to be raining in this part of the world, and following the rain around.
Yeah. And I was driving back from Oxford yesterday, listening to you. It was 28 degrees in the car. I was thinking, what's going on?
Wells defends to mid-off. Denley fields again. There's no run.
It's been a tricky first half hour, this, which we always expected it to be, of course. This Emirates Old Trafford pitch plays at its most helpful to the bowlers when it's been covered and there's been rain around. I don't know, the moisture must just get held in the surface a little bit.
Wells defends back along the pitch and there's no run.
And the first hour or so, maybe a bit longer. There's a good breeze blowing, as you've mentioned, and the sun's been out very intermittently, so that'll help from a batting perspective. But Lancashire would have bowled first had they won the toss, no doubt about that.
Henry to Wells, it's left and through to the keeper, no run.
Matt Henry's bowled well, hasn't he? Steadily, as you would expect. Nothing to hit. Gone for very little, just 3 runs.
Beaten the bat a few times.
Yeah,
testing start for Lancashire.
I wanted to sign him for Lancashire about 7 years ago.
You always just rock up and bring the old bombshell with you, don't you?
Was it a bombshell?
Bit of revelation every now and again. What did you say the other week? Here comes Henry in and bowls to Wells. Well, that's driven to the left of Denley at mid-off. Won't reach the boundary. Comes back for 2.
I was going to sign Viv Richards, Brian Lara, and who else?
I can't remember who it was now. 24 without loss after 9. Wells 4, Jennings on 14. Anyway, back to your point.
I'll tell you the story about Matt Henry.
Yep.
I was commentating in New Zealand in 2015, something like that. I was talking to Ian Smith about Ian Smith, who used to keep wicket for New Zealand, now excellent commentator, both cricket and rugby union, and saying, come on, tell me who is the next up-and-coming fast-medium bowler for New Zealand who might benefit from a bit of time in England, and he said I'd sign Matt Henry. So I pursued it a bit and got nowhere. So there we are.
What happened? Why did it all unravel so quickly? Here's Senny in and balls over the wicket and driven by Jennings to mid-off. There's no run.
It was a question of availability, and I think he got injured.
Right.
But he was interested, as most cricket players are, when you dangle the EOT carrot in front of them. And the Lancashire carrot, they hold this place, even if they've never been here, they seem to hold this place in a degree of reverence, which is good news.
It's the Indian international Senny who's running in. 3 slips waiting. Edged and taken. Jennings goes for 14. Crawley with the catch. And Kent pick up their first wicket. 24 for 1. Lancashire in the 10th over. Reward for Kent, I think, for the way they've started with the ball.
Yeah, he'll be annoyed about this, Keaton Jennings, because he's played pretty well so far. It's a bit of a loose stroke, really. Feet didn't go anywhere, and it was a half drive, which he edged at a comfortable height through to second slip. Good catch by Crawley, a comfortable catch for him. So Jennings has gone, and Lancashire 24 for 1.
Running towards the mid-drift of Zach Crawley. Wasn't really going to drop that, I don't think. A big breakthrough for Kent, because Jennings the last couple of weeks has been in the form of his, maybe not his life, but certainly the form of his recent few seasons.
Triple 100 at Southport was a marvellous innings, wasn't it? Yeah, he's been playing very well indeed. Even more reason why he'll be annoyed with getting out like that. It was just a bit of a loose stroke. You know that you can't play those sort of shots in the early part of an innings here when the ball's seaming around. It was a full ball, but it was just a little bit half-hearted in his attempt to drive it.
Josh Bohannon, the new batter to join Luke Wells, scored a century last week at Northamptonshire as Lancashire closed out a victory on the 4th and final day. I think he was unbeaten in the 90s overnight, and then went on to get 3 figures, and in the end it was Williams and Washington Sundar that got Lancashire over the line, but played his part. He was the top scorer in that innings. Lancashire got to 280 to beat Northants, and prior to that he got a 90 in the game against Somerset at Southport. So back in the runs of late, Josh Bohannon. 3 slips in a gully, point, short wide mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and long leg. Senny who's in. And Bohannon plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Making him play very first delivery that he faces. 24 for 1. So what do you reckon this week then, Paul? Lancashire on the back of a victory against Northants, a couple of frustrating draws prior to that. Needed that win last week, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, they need to win every game, don't they, and hope that Surrey stumble. 4 games left for Surrey and 4 games left for Lancashire.
Sending over the wicket bowls. Well, that's an edge that goes along the ground between third slip and gully. A little flash around the over the shoulder from Bohannon. Looked a little concerned at first. He's got 4 for it. Score moves on to 28 for 1.
That telltale sign from the batter when he's played a slightly false stroke. He just does that as though the ball's pitched and seamed and bounced a little bit, which it's allowed to do, of course. That's what bowlers try and do. But Bohannon playing it softly, thick edge, gets him off the mark.
28 for 1 in the 10th. Senny comes in and bowls again. Bounce and carries through to Billings as Bohannon leaves it and there's no run.
Yeah, back to, what do you think this week? I just think that Lancashire have to win every game. You've got this bizarre situation where teams don't play each other twice in the first division. Lancashire only plays Surrey once, so there's no hope of catch up there. They play them the last game of the summer, and it puts a peculiar sort of slant and skew on the competition when sides don't play each other equal times.
Bohannon drives nicely through the offside. Denley will chase after it. He's come back for 2 already, and they will get a third by the time that Denley picks it up on the extra cover boundary. 31 for 1, end of the 10th over that. Bohannon 7 and Wells on 4.
Confident shot that from Josh Bohannon, wasn't it? A little bit full, a little bit wide of off stump, and driven firmly through extra cover, one of Bohannon's strengths. He's been getting himself out LBW a fair bit, or he had before he got back to form with his 90 and his 100 at Northampton. He's always been a slightly insecure starter as Josh Bohannon. First 15-20 minutes. That applies to a lot of players, actually. But once he gets through this initial period, then he's certainly worth watching.
Matt Henry to continue from the James Anderson end.
That's a good example. Good example of how and why he gets into trouble a little bit. Just that head toppling over towards the offside and falling over. He got a bit of a thick inside edge onto that as well as pad, but it just looked a bit ungainly.
So it's actually down to just getting into your innings and just
getting
starting.
Your feet moving, and
leaves this ball from Henry through to the keeper, no run.
He encourages you as a bowler to bowl straight. Now that might sound strange, but you want to almost bowl at his pads early on, and it's the sort of, and full as well, and it's the sort of line and length that you probably don't want to bowl at most players because they'll put you away. But Bohannon just gives you a little bit of a chance early on.
Flick away off the hip, behind square on the leg side. Senny comes up to field. Bohannon does get a single. He moves on to 8. 32 for 1. Is there ways you can kind of get your feet moving and get going? It's just being busy, being on your toes. You see players and bouncing around.
You've seen them all. Seen them already. Josh Bohannon sort of shimmying in the crease and trying to get forward and shadowing a forward defensive. I think what he does now stands outside. If he stands outside leg stump a little bit rather than covering his stumps, that'll.
Henry over the wicket to Wells, who defends into the offside for no run.
It'll give him something to latch onto, a conscious effort that he's got to move his feet, and this is where the trigger movements come from. You know, batters talk about trigger movements, getting that back and across movement or back and back. Wells does it. Just keeps their feet moving. Keaton Jennings was flat-footed when he got out last over. What's that banging?
I don't know. Henry balls to Wells, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. I presume it's partly something in the building side, isn't it?
Oh gosh, yeah, it is. It's not very consumer friendly, is it?
There's a bit of banging going on over there. I mean, there's always something
bit of banging. It's thunderous.
32 for 1. Luke Wells pulls away. Maybe the banging's too much for Luke Wells.
I think it might be. It's the ghost of Charlie Watts. Dear, oh dear.
Well, we might have a bit of banging, but we've got a bit of sunshine, which is quite lovely. There's Jennings looks to try and drive, and the ball just deflects to mid-on for no run. It's the end of the over. 11 gone. 32 for 1. The shadows cast from the players are not floodlights. It's sunshine. Well, it looks a little bit more cheerful now.
Yeah, there's plenty of blue sky up above. few grey clouds still scudding around, but enough blue sky to encourage us that we'll be here for the whole of those 40 overs that are remaining today.
Yeah, quite a bit to go.
Yeah.
I was very confused last week at Northants with this.
Only at Northants and only last week.
Perfectly good observation to make. The shortened first day.
Oh yes, because of heat.
Because it was too hot and too sunny to play. And Senni comes in with Bohannon on strike. Oh, that's a good ball.
Is it ever?
Through to the keeper.
Fantastic ball, that. Bowls with a whippy action, does this young man. And as Josh Bohannon has just demonstrated, there's a bit of zip. Again, just copying the bowler's action. Bowlers, batters do that, don't they? They copy a bowler's sort of flick with the wrist and things.
It's Senni in from the state of men bowls, driven by Bohannon. Oh, it's a good stop from Denley. Good looking shot from Bohannon. Impressive work from Denley. Low down to his right, and there's no run.
Bowler's run across from his follow through there. He's run 15 paces to his left to congratulate or thank mid-off for diving.
You like that?
Yeah, I sort of like it, yeah. Yeah.
Why only sort of?
Well, yeah, it's not something you normally see, is it? No, I do like it.
Would you do that off your bowler?
What the heck, I'd be knackered if I did that every time mid-off stopped it.
3 slips in the gully. Senni balls. Oh, again that moves away from Bohannon, who drops his hands and does that little signal with his right hand again to demonstrate maybe bound some movement. 32 for 1.
Anyway, you were confused.
Well, I'm always confused on it, but I was particularly confused at what was going on last week at Northants because we were all over the shop with timings.
Well, of course, yeah, you played a shortened day and then had to catch up.
We had to catch up, and then we couldn't play because it was too dark on Tuesday. Didn't have the floodlights.
Can't play because it's too hot. What do they do in Adelaide when it's 44 degrees, for goodness sake?
I'm glad you said that. Too hot and sunny on the first day, couldn't play a full day. Little edge which bounces in front of that 4th slip.
Nobody came to me in Madras in 1982 and said it's too hot, 39.4 degrees. We've won the toss, we've put India in, and would you like half a day off? And they certainly didn't say that at tea time on the 3rd day when we were still fielding. 8 sessions in, we were still fielding. Well, we had 39 degrees every day.
Didn't get a day off then, did you?
No, nobody said it's too hot there.
So why was it too hot last week?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. It's maybe just the way it is.
Yeah, true. But then it was too cold and too dark the following day to play. Senni in and balls, worked off the pads beautifully through the leg side. That's 4 runs for Josh Bohannon to the right of mid-on, out towards the boundary. Glorious shot. 36 for 1.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Bohannon, and it's significant in terms of the way he's been playing. He's hit that well in front of square, through straight mid-wicket for 4. Not trying to hit it across his front pad through square leg. He's trying to hit it straight enough, and that's good. Good. It's a sign that he's back and a little bit more content with his method.
Final ball of the 12th over coming up. 36 for 1. Senni balls over the wicket and handsomely driven again by Bohannon. And Denley in the right spot. Kind of short, wide mid-off. And there is no run. 36 for 1, Wells 4, Bohannon on 12. Listeners on 5 Sports Extra join us live from Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire have lost 1 wicket. Keaton Jennings, the man out for 14, caught by Zach Crawley off the bowling of Senni. We've got Luke Wells on 4 and Josh Bohannon on 12. We started at 3 o'clock, 51 overs to go in the day's allocation. Tea will be at 4:40. Scheduled close of play at 6:30. Got Matt Henry bowling for Kent, and Wells driving so straight it had Bannon ducking underneath it at the non-striker's end, up towards the boundary, flicked away by Denley. Relay throw comes back in. Wells comes back for 2. He moves on to 6, 38 for 1. Scott Reed and Paul Allott on commentary at the minute. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent will be with us after 4 o'clock. It's a blustery day, but it's dry. That's the main thing. I've got some cricket.
It is blowing a howling gale now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Blowing as we look from the media centre, kind of left to right across the ground, so it's blowing into Henry's right-hand side as he comes in, the bowler. That brings Wells forward and nibbles away past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, bowled with no luck so far today. Matt Henry's passed the bat a number of times, hitting the seam and just taking it away from the left-handers.
It's Kent who won the toss and elected to have a ball first. Got the 1 wicket so far. This is hammered down the ground underneath Henry's left hand, up towards the long-on boundary. And Wells comes back for 2 more. He moves on to 8. Lancashire to 40 for 1.
There was a half a hand on that. I think there might have been. Otherwise it would have gone for 4. Driving impressively straight, Luke Wells, in this over. He's got a bit more than 6, hasn't he?
8.
8. Oh, yeah. Not many more than 6, but there we are.
He's a ferocious twirler of the bat, isn't he, Luke Wells? He likes a twirl. He's done it once, there we go again. Does it again. Always at least 2 twirls. Henry in to Wells off the back foot, trying to force the ball away into the offside, but can't get away. Daniel Bell-Drummond at point fields, and there's no run. How challenging will this be, these conditions? The wind?
Not as challenging as they were when the square was the other way around.
Okay, right.
You had to bowl.
Fair enough.
Into it. But yeah, strong winds always affect bowlers a little bit. Knock you off balance a bit.
Worked off the hip by Wells. Backward of square on the leg side.
I'm surprised they've got the quicker bowler bowling ostensibly into it. I know you said it's left to right. It is, but there's a little bit of sort of, you're more into it from this Brian Statham end than you would be from the Jimmy Anderson end or Pavilion end. And I don't think he'll be too used to bowling in a wind quite as strong as this. Matt Henry maybe, if he's bowled at Wellington a few times.
Well, it's a place you know well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Henry to Bannon, and that's a good ball again. That beats him, shuffling across the stumps, and pacing, bounce and carry through to the keeper. There is no run. That completes the 13th over. 41 for 1. Wells has 9, and Josh Bohannon unbeaten on 12.
Yeah, I think he's beaten the bat twice and over every over he's bowled as Matt Henry. This pitch was used in the one-day international on Friday, so the shortened game, and that had a bit of pace and bounce in it then, a bit of grass on it. And I think that the hope is that an extra little bit of wear, not an awful lot, may just give some advantage to bowlers later on in the game. There's obviously a bit of a quandary with this rain around, whether I think if you'd had a look at it and it had been dry from the word go, I think whoever won the toss would have batted first. But because it had been rainy and damp, then I think the decision's been reversed by Kent, because sides are wary about having to bat last here at Emirates Old Trafford. The ball might turn, and I mean the pitch normally stays pretty good all the way through 5 days. Got a change of bowling.
Yep, Nathan Gilchrist replacing Senny. It's dabbed away into the offside by Luke Wells, and there's no run. And Lancashire have picked the off spinner Washington Sundar and the left arm spinner Jack Morley, the 2 frontline spinners in their team for this fixture.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson omitted from the squad, just not bowling quite as well as he'd like at the moment, I don't think. Jack Morley's bowling well, though.
He is. Angled down towards gully by Luke Wells, and there is no run. So would that tell its own story then, Lancashire's team selection, as to how they think potentially the pitch might play?
Well, I think Washington Sundar plays because he's an all-rounder, and Dane Villas is out injured, so there's a batter light there. George Lavelle comes in Villas's place.
Gilchrist bowls and defended by Wells, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he pushes it back along the pitch, and there's no run.
I think that they class Washington as an all-rounder.
Okay.
Okay, so he will bowl and bat, and Morley is probably the #1 spinner. Well, that's how I view it anyway.
Okay.
And I don't think there was enough in here to suggest you play an extra seamer instead of Morley.
Gilchrist to Wells is off the back foot and just dabbing the ball out through the offside. No run. He's had a couple of good games. Jack Morley picked up wickets in the match in Bristol a few weeks ago. 4 wickets in that game, and then picked up Pfeiffer in the match against Somerset at Southport.
He takes wickets when he plays. He takes wickets. That's his second Pfeiffer, isn't it? He got Pfeiffer against Derby as well a couple of years ago.
Worked away backward a point by Wells. Gets through for a single. Moves on to 10. 42 for 1.
He's an effective red ball bowler, Jack Morley. Bowls with good flight, good variation, and spins the ball. So for a young man, you don't really want much more. A young spinner, you don't want much more than that. And growing in confidence all the time as well.
Gilchrist coming towards the end of his first over. 4 slips waiting. Well, there's 3, then the gap. It's like there's 3 slips and perhaps where a 5th slip would be. It's another nice delivery which shapes away from Bohannon into the gloves of Sam Billings. It's the end of the over. So we've had 14. And we've had an hour's play. 42 for 1. Wicket there of Keaton Jennings for 14, caught by Crawley off Senny. Now Wells and Bohannon batting for Lancashire. Looks like a double bowling change. It is. Stewart replacing Henry. Elsewhere, there's tea being taken because everyone got underway. As Paul mentioned before, everyone started on time apart from the fixture here. So tea being taken in Scarborough, where Yorkshire are 158 for 8 against Hampshire, which is where Sports Extra have been today. And Surrey against Warwickshire, that's tea as well, with Warwickshire 144 for 4 at the Oval. Here's Stewart in from the Jimmy Anderson end, bowls, and Wells works it to the leg side for no run. Gloucestershire are 243 for 5 in their match against Northamptonshire at Cheltenham, and Essex 166 for 3 against Somerset in Chelmsford. The Division 1 scores, that's also a tea time score, the Essex-Somerset match. Wells on 10 waiting, and off the back foot just steers the ball away. At least a couple through the covers. Denley will catch up with it eventually. Wells does come back for 2. He moves on to 12, and Lancashire move on to 44 for 1.
League of Nations, this bowling attack, isn't it? Henry, New Zealand, Saini, India, Gilchrist, Zimbabwe, and Stewart, West Australia. Says a lot for Kent's development of young bowlers.
Stewart in, bowls to Wells, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. cheeky ball, is that?
It's factually correct, isn't it?
Well, I suppose on the evidence of the team selection this week, maybe, yeah.
Well, anyway, it's interesting. They must all be, well, there's Henry and Sano, the overseas, and then Gilchrist and Stewart obviously qualified, so there we go.
It's tea, by the way, I mentioned at Scarborough, but there's rain around there, so I think there's going to be a delay to the post-tea session at Scarborough. It's Stewart halfway into his first over, in and bowls. Wells looks to drive. Denley picks it up at wide mid-off, and there's no run. Doesn't time that, and gives his bat a rather quirky look too.
Well, he's given his, I mean, he's given it a couple of good thumps down the ground, and only got 2 for them, hasn't he? And then looked at that one, that went nowhere.
Yeah, giving you a little look to say, oh, there's something not quite right with that. Not getting much joy so far. Turns it to the leg side. This angled in towards him by Stewart. Picked up at mid-on, no run.
Just looks to be getting a bit frenetic, Luke Wells. He's been there a while for his an hour for 12, hour and 5 minutes, but there's no real need to do anything else. You just carry on batting. Ball's still doing a bit. His ball's still new, 15 overs old.
Stewart to Wells, full of ball, which he finds Denley at mid-off, and there's no run. It's the end of the first over sent down by Stewart. Gone for 2 runs. So we had 15 overs of the Lancashire first innings, 44 for 1. Bohannon 12 and Wells on 12. Here at Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and the app. 5 Sports Extra, Lancs TV, bringing you coverage of this opening day. Final round of championship matches before the start of the Royal London One-Day Cup and the 100. So there'll be a break for a few weeks before the return of the 4-day stuff in September.
Are you doing a dose of 50 over and 100 commentary-wise?
Yeah. Gilchrist in, it's full, an off stump, and Bohannon drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
BBC are televising a few 100 games, aren't they?
Yep.
And probably all of them on radio.
Yes, all of them are on radio. Yep.
And what about the 50 over competition? They're going to be covered as well?
Absolutely, yeah. BBC Sport website and app, every ball of the competition, as ever. Gilchrist to Bohannon. Forward and defends, and there's no run. I think some of certainly Lancashire's game against Cumbria at Sedbergh,
the warm-up
match,
county,
yeah, that's going to be on the radio, and I think some of the other national county warm-up games are on the BBC as well. But it is fighting for attention, and probably losing in truth.
Well, possibly. I mean, there's talk of it going to a sort of FA Cup style format for next year.
Gilchrist balls, forward goes Bohannon, and there's no run. Okay. Is that something you'd be in favour of? You like that idea?
Well, I think, look, you can't make time, because time, we've got so much time. That's what we've got.
Sounds like a start of a song, does that?
Well, possibly. I'm never a great lyricist, I don't think. But we've got to do something somewhere to create some time. The only way you can do that is to reduce the number of fixtures along the line.
This is a thorny subject. Gilchrist to Bohannon, left.
You're going now, aren't you? You've thrown that.
I've got 2 balls left, and Matt's going to come and deal with that.
You're off.
44 for 1.
So, I mean, that would be like the old Gillette Cup, as it were, or NatWest Trophy as it started.
Right.
Where you get all the national counties involved, all the first-class counties involved, and off you go in a knockout format, and see how you get on through the season. You could say that, well, you'll only get 1 or 2 games of 50 over cricket.
Gilchrist in, full and wide, and driven beautifully for 4 by Bohannon. Denley got a little bit of something on it. Took the pace off the ball. In fact, he's taken the pace off it that much, it's stopped just short of the rope. So terrific piece of fielding by Denley, who has fielded well there for Kent at mid-off in this match so far. And enough on that to stop a really handsome-looking drive from Bohannon reaching the boundary. 47 for 1.
Yeah, he saved certainly 2 fours with diving stops and saved a run there by just getting a hand on it. Don't like the look of the weather. It's going grey again over to the west.
Final ball of the 16th over coming up. It's turned away off the pads to Denley again, and there's no run. 47 for 1. I'm going to leave you, Paul. Matt will come and join you.
Thanks, Scott. Have a nice break. Well, he threw that hand grenade in about the schedule of first team cricket in England, and has scurried off now for a cup of tea. But it may be that the 50 over competition is a casualty in terms of longevity going forward. But having said that, it starts this Sunday up at Sedbergh for Lancashire, playing Cumbria, and then another game there on Tuesday.
Paul, good afternoon.
Hello, Matt. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Just settling down. Making sure everything's in order. Scott's got this very much set up how he wants, hasn't he?
He does. Well, it's his domain, this.
It's all about him.
This is his domain.
Here at Old Trafford, so...
This is the Scott Reed autograph commentary box.
It's nice to be on his velvet throne here, though. Here's Stewart to Bohannon, pushed straight back at the bowler, punched back at him. Good half stop by Stewart, diving in front of the stumps, and deflected away. And that man... Is that Joe Denny? I think it might be Matt Henry just shining the ball for Grant Stewart there. But yeah, time is an issue, isn't it? I thought you were going to get a little bit esoteric there. You were talking about not being able to make extra time, but you're talking.
I wasn't going to do that.
No, you were just you're talking about.
I was being realistic and practical, I think.
Into the calendar, absolutely. Yeah. It's Stewart to Bohannon. That's defending that full-length ball out into the offside, and that's Denley picking that up at mid-off. So thoughts it might become a knockout competition, maybe the one-day cup, or bringing
like it was, and I'd go for a 12-team first division 11 matches. That knocks 3 games out of the equation. If you did that and take the 50 over comp down to a knockout.
Is Stewart to Bohannon once again defending that.
You're going to get into trouble with members, of course, because you're taking much valued cricket away from them, a number of days of cricket away from them, which I understand won't be particularly popular.
Because we know the 100's going nowhere. It's been signed up for 4 extra years, I think, isn't it? 2028 now. So until at least then, that's going to be a fixture in August. And here's Stewart now to Bohannon, 3 slips in a gully in. It's a Yorker length, that one. He's going fuller and fuller, is Stewart. Dug out well, in fact, by Bohannon. He's on 15 from 24 balls now. And do you think he's settled just yet, Josh Bohannon, into that?
Well, he looked a little bit unsettled by that. Was a good ball, though, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah.
Good Yorker.
So you'd expect that, just having to defend it off his stumps.
Yeah.
47 for 1. Lancashire here. Kent having won the toss and elected to bowl first. And here is Stewart then, just straying on middle and leg. He's trying to push that off his hip past the man at square leg, but in comes Gilchrist bounding in to return that to the wicket-keeper. And there's no run. Also some thoughts maybe it could be played earlier in the season, the one-day cup. So we don't play championship cricket maybe in April.
Although this year, I mean, the pitches were good, weren't they, generally? Some really good scores, and we were blessed with good weather in April and early May.
Stewart bowls to Bohannon now. Again defending that off stump up to mid-on, end of the over. Takes his jumper to Grant Stewart, short sleeve shirt with number 9 on it, old centre forward's number. Walking off to his boundary position. You're absolutely right. I mean, they were pretty flat, and obviously the ball has a reduced seam this year, and there's been a lot of talk about the ball this year, isn't there, about the quality, the variable merits perhaps of the balls that have been available, but hard work for hard yards for bowlers. I've seen bowlers going for 100 or more in April. Taking
20 wickets has been difficult for bowlers at times through the year. Even more so up here Emirates Old Trafford. I think Lancashire have been pretty close to victory a couple of times and not quite managed it.
Gilchrist to Wells there, who drives up towards Denley. He's done pretty well at mid-on and mid-off, hasn't he? Denley, you were mentioning how he'd saved some runs already for Kent. A smart shot from Wells, perhaps not completely timed, but...
You've got the anonymous sweaters on, the Kent boys.
Yeah, I was saying the cable knit sweaters, supply chain problems we gather, arrived on the hottest day of the year. The hottest day in English history. This one's deflected away, low past Gully. And Wells, I'm not sure how much that shot was an afterthought and how much it was planned, but it's certainly gone for 4 and brings the 50 up. 51 for 1. Wells on to 16 from 53. So the replay there. Just looked like he was drawing the bat for a minute, but he's played it with soft hands and he into the ground. And it's gone through safely for 4. But, you know, just wondering about those pitches, and obviously the ball in April and May. And it... perhaps swung too far the other way, and the cricket authorities wanted there to be a better contest perhaps in those months between bat and ball. Across the balls was defended into the offside. Well, Drummond Fields, no run. I think it's gone too far the other way.
I mean, we have this argument discussion virtually every year, don't we, about state of the ball, state of pitches, whatever else, and there has to be some form of compromise. You're always going to get varying conditions. That's the beauty of the game. Pitches change, the ball changes its condition.
Gilchrist to Wells, an off stump, lovely shot straight back at the bowler. That's rocketed past him on the onside of the stumps, and that will be 4 runs. Lovely timing. Again, Gilchrist is going full there. Wells has picked it off stump. Glorious shot.
Yeah, he's got this out of the middle. He straight drove Matt Henry a couple of times, only got 2 for each of the straight drives, but that one right out of the middle of the bat. So Wells in up to 20 now. I think generally people forget, or there seems to be a theme that people forget, that bowlers are allowed to swing the ball and seam the ball. It's part of the game. The ball does move.
Gilchrist now to Wells, leaves it outside the off stump, does the left-hander through to Sam Billings.
It's when that movement and that bounce becomes accentuated and perhaps carries on for too long during the day or the game that there's a problem. But you know, on a pitch, a fresh pitch, early in the game, the ball will move, and that's what bowlers are supposed to do. Batsmen have to counter it.
It's Gilchrist now to Wells, so just turns him around a little bit out through the offside there. He was trying to nudge it on the onside, in fact. Good delivery from Gilchrist, who's coming back from injury. I don't know how much you've seen of young Nathan Gilchrist, Paul, but
play earlier this year. He played against Lancashire,
of course, yeah, in the return fixture.
Yeah, got a few wickets early on, I think.
In his early 20s, so hasn't played since, well, hasn't played for a couple of months now, out with injury.
Where are these 2 young bowlers? I noticed they're not born in Kent or England, so they've grown up in the Kent environs.
So no, Nathan Gilchrist came through the Somerset Academy. They picked him up, I think, when he was 19 or maybe 20. Just, I mean, obviously they've got a great tradition, Somerset, bringing through fast bowlers, or certainly in recent years. Stewart bowls to Bohannon, has clipped off his toes out through mid-wicket. Fielder sets off after it. Henry won't pull that in, no, he's going to throw it back and they'll come through for 2. And Grant Stewart actually, well, he did come through Kent Club Cricket through Sandwich in the end, but he's an Australian with, well, he's, as we like to say, he's an Italian Australian. He's now part of the Italian T20 team. Gathered together by Gareth Berg. So no, neither of those have been produced by the Kent Academy, who've had a real struggle over the years to bring through
quick
players.
Yeah, or players per se.
Absolutely right. Yeah, wicket keepers in plentiful supply at Kent, wicketkeeper batsman. But Stewart to Bohannon, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Interesting to pick your brain on that one. Actually, I think I'm right in saying that Alan Iggleston was Kent's last homegrown international bowler. Kent fans will put me right about that. But they have struggled, and there's been comments about, well, is Kent club cricket strong enough to bring them through? Is their academy? But there doesn't seem to be any wise or wherefores. But obviously Lancashire have, again, seem to be seeing a plentiful supply coming through their age group cricket. As this ball pushed into the offside and defended in the offside and fielded off his own bowling by Stewart. Is there a key to counties bringing through bowlers? Particularly, I'm not expecting you to know the ins and outs. I mean,
just look at Lancashire's side today. We've got Will Williams, who we've just signed.
That's true enough. Yep.
He's got a British passport, but he's grown up in New Zealand. Jack Morley, the left-arm spinner, Oldham lad. Tom Bailey, North Manchester. Luke Wood we signed from Notts.
Stewart bowls to Bohannon, rocks onto the back foot, and that is cut away. Beautiful shot, just backward of square. And he is a fine player to watch, isn't he? That is a real shot out of the middle from Bohannon, just rocking back, cutting away.
Yeah, it's amazing. Confidence is a wonderful thing, isn't it? And Josh Bohannon just struggled. He got a brilliant double 100 early in the season, and then just went on a little bit of a slump. Back now with a 90 and 100 in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and the confidence to play that shot this early in the game, that cut shot.
Averaging mid-40s for the championship this year, driving up to mid-off, pretty gently though. There's no run there. 61 for 1. He's on to 21. Wells has 20 here on BBC Radio Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app, of course via Lancashire Cricket. On the live stream, Matt Cole and Paul Allett with that Scott Reed. Stewart just shining the ball on his whites. Turns, bustles in. The pavilion end, bowling now to Bohannon. Again, it's a gentle drive up to Denley at mid-off, end of the over. 61 for 1. These two not showing as much penetration as the opening pair. Ball's older, I suppose.
Yeah, well. but I like the way Lancashire batted, really. There's an encouraging positivity about the way they're playing, having been put in circumstances where you would expect the ball to just move around a touch. As I was saying to Scott earlier, it's a used pitch, but it's only been used for the one-day international last week, and so probably not much more than 50 overs given the rain delay and the short game. But having said that, there looks a degree of confidence within Wells and Bohannon. Confidence to play shots without taking too many risks at the moment.
As Gilchrist bowls to Luke Wells. Short ball, he's whipped that away along the ground to long legs. Stewart fields, hasn't got all of that. A little bit mistimed, but we've on to 62 for 1. Both batters have 21. I think you were saying to Scott earlier, but if Lancashire have any ambitions of winning the title, you were saying more or less they just have to win game after game at this point.
It looks like it. 30-odd points, 31 points behind Surrey at the moment. Play Surrey the last game of the season here at Emirates Old Trafford. And, with only this and 3 other games, it looks like to make up that leeway, Lancashire have to win all the games at their disposal.
Gilchrist to Bohannon, straight drive. He might get 4 for this, actually. Denley is running after it. No, he's just going to catch it before it gets to the boundary. Throws back, so a comfortable 2 for Bohannon. An attractive shot from him. He's on to 23. And I wonder how much that would seep into instructions or.
Well, I think you've just got to play positively. You can't sort of set a stall out to win all your games, but nor should you, from ball 1 of today's play, go out and be reckless and try and score as many runs as you can. You could have.
Gilchrist to Bohannon, plays that off his hip to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Got to just play within the conditions and the state of the game and the opposition, but weigh all that up and then see how you can go on and get yourself into a good position.
You sound a gloomy afternoon here, where it's rained a good deal overnight and through the morning, having been put in as well. 64 for 1. Looks like a pretty good return for Lancashire so far. Kent's driving for wickets, and that's full. What a glorious cover drive from Josh Bohannon, and that will go more or less the longest part of the pitch. And Denley, for once, won't stop that one. But that is a fluid stroke from Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, it's glorious. Extra cover drive from Josh Bohannon, a bit of width and rather too full. This outfield is slow though.
Yeah.
The rain has slowed it up considerably. It was like glass at the end of last week.
It's crawling to the boundary. Denley couldn't stop it. And Gilchrist, although he's taken wickets this season and looked to be improving certainly as he came through the early games, has a tendency to concede runs as well. Ball to Bohannon now. Oh, squared him up. Is that a catch? That is a heck of a catch. Jack leaning low at gully. It's gone so low. Somehow he's got his fingers underneath it. It's absolutely shot off the bat of Bohannon low to Jack leaning, and that is a great catch. Super catch indeed. And Bohannon, who is starting to look so fluent, goes for 27. He might be a bit rueful about that on another day. He might just get away with it. But Jack Leaning has caught that off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist. Bohannon going for 27, and Lancashire 68 for 2.
Yes, good bowling from Leaning, and a brilliant catch in that position at sort of fourth slip, 2 slips gap, then the fielder, the fourth slip. And that went rather quickly indeed. Low down, shoelace height. Bohannon will be a little bit annoyed with himself, having played some lovely shots. At 68 for 2. Bohannon promising much, going for 27.
So just getting a little bit of late movement there from Gilchrist.
Yeah, I mean, he's followed up a wide half volley with a real peach of a delivery, which is just about what you get, I think, with Gilchrist. There's a little bit of variety, shall we say, in his bowling.
I think Luke Wells, you were saying the batsman miming the movement off the pitch just to Stephen Croft there. The two of them coming together. A smile from the Lancashire captain. You can see on the close-up as he does a bit of gardening. Drinks coming on. Hamid Abdallah Kadri was dropped out of Kent's 12. Lancashire playing 2 frontline spinners in this on a worn pitch. Presumably, I think this will grip, and it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think
Kent are batting last.
Yeah, I mean, pitches do tend to help the spin bowlers as time goes on. They don't break up here, but they will provide a little bit of bounce. And there may be some rough areas. There won't be cracks that open up and separate and crumble, but there'll be some rough around, and it's generally the bounce that helps the spinners more than anything else.
So Gilchrist strikes, bowls to Croft now, just deflects that gently out towards Daniel Bell-Drummond at point. End of the over, a successful one for Kent. Bohannon had it a beautiful extra cover drive, the ball before off Gilchrist, but he strikes on the penultimate delivery of his 4th over. 68 for 2 then. Lancashire off 20 overs. It's probably time for me to make way, go off to an update and tell the people of BBC Radio Kentland the good news.
Stephen Croft in at number 4 for Lancashire. He's having a really good season. One shy of 600 runs, averaging 46. Captain today as well, in place of Dane Villas, who's got a fractured finger.
Wells plays forward in defence as Stewart comes in, and there is no run. Yeah, picked that up last week, didn't he? Northants, well, keeping wicket. He battered, but obviously,
well, yeah,
couldn't keep wicket.
He's fractured the main knuckle on his right index finger.
Right.
Or is it his left? Anyway, it's one of them. He was showing me this morning. I can't remember which finger it is now.
Wells plays forward in defence, and there's no run. This is good insight, is this? It's either his left or his right.
Yeah, but, you know, it's broken, so there we are, doesn't it? You know, It's probably 3 or 4 weeks minimum, I think.
Okay. Oh, so that could be curtailed for the first bit of the, well, maybe for the whole one-day cup then.
Well, he was certainly not playing the first couple of weeks of the 50 over comp, but he'll be back hopefully for the last 3 championship games in September.
68 for 2. Stuart to Wells, short but wide and left by Luke Wells and taken by the keeper there, Sam Billings. No run. Wells 21 not out, 68 for 2. George Lavelle came down to Northants last week to keep wicket in place of Villas. Croft captain in Lancashire this week. Didn't have much more luck at the toss, did he, Stephen Croft?
No.
Wells
not very good at winning tosses.
Rubbish. Wells will work it out towards the onside for no run. In fact, the game between these two sides in Canterbury was the only time this season Lancashire have actually won the toss in the county championship. That's the first match of the season. They've lost everyone since.
Well,
what's going on?
I don't know. They keep guessing wrong, don't they? The lights are coming on now.
Yeah, it is a bit gloomy, isn't it?
Gloomy. Yeah, it's supposed to be getting better.
It is. I just looked at the radar as Wells defends again to mid-off, and there's no run because it does look quite bleak, but it's pretty clear. It doesn't suggest it's going to rain. But the cloud cover ahead, and yeah, the floodlights are on, unfortunately. End of July, and we went to play on the floodlights at 4:30. It's 40 degrees last week. What's going on? Stuart to Wells.
I did a game last week at Leicester. 68 for 2 it is after 21 here. Yeah, I did a game at Leicester last Monday. A bit like you would be feeling the same. That very little air conditioning in the box at Leicester, and 36 degrees outside. That's tough going.
Yeah, sounds pleasant.
Anyway,
were you in the little commentary boxes on the roof of the pavilion?
No, we were at the other end, but there's still no air conditioning.
Right. Yeah.
Are you getting ready to do a double act?
Yeah, I'm going to do a double act. Yeah. You can commentate if you want, and I'll just do it separately.
All right. Not easy. Whatever you. I'm easy.
Go for it.
All right. So Stephen Croft on strike just defends that, pushes it straight back to the bowler, Gilchrist, who successfully removed Josh Bohannon last over after being drilled for 4 through extra cover. Just thinking, Lancashire supporters thinking Josh Bohannon was back into form and looking good. And got a ball that just pinned him in the crease. Picked up at 3rd slip. Croft again just pushes it back down. Pitch to mid-on. Stephen Croft standing in as captain for Dane Villas today. Used to captaining, Stephen Croft. Did it for quite some time. Left. Well left. It's another enthusiastic half appeal from the Kent slip cordon led by Sam Billings. Zach Crawley at second slip already got 1 successful catch with his hands firmly in his pockets. Wonder if they've got any hand warmers out there. Gilchrist again. Another full ball. Just settled into a nice rhythm now. A little bit of help out of this surface, bit of seam movement for all the bowlers today, no swing. Very windy day. Strong breeze blowing from the west. Joe Denley is polisher in chief at mid-off. Gets the ball back to Gilchrist, who's in again. And just bounced a little bit on Stephen Croft, who took the bottom hand off the bat defensively. That element of not indecision but just insecurity from Croft has changed the field a little bit on the leg side. There's a mid-on. Mid-wicket has come straighter and closer, much closer. And the fine leg has gone squarer. So there's a catching short mid-wicket now, as well as 3 slips and a 5th slip. Croft defends again, this time on the back foot. That's 22 overs gone. It's 68 for 2. And Scott's back.
It's not got much brighter, has it, really? We mentioned that before, the shadows being cast from the players was from sunshine. It's not now.
No.
It's from the floodlights, unfortunately.
When the floodlights first came in, you know, when I say they first came in, when they were first used, there was an unwritten rule stroke playing condition stroke law that when the shadows from the floodlights started to show on the ground, players went off for bad light.
Stewart bowls to Wells, who's up onto his toes and works the ball out through mid-wicket for a single. Moves on to 22, 69 for 2. I mean, you can still go off for bad light with floodlights on now, can't you? But it's not quite as strict as soon as you see shadows, you're off.
No, and I think that meant, I mean the shadows during daylight hours. I mean, obviously there's going to be shadows if it's dark, but yeah, I'm not quite sure the criteria now with the lights on and in daylight, as it were. Umpires may indeed take a reading on the light meter and see what that reading is.
And Stewart with Croft on strike, 3 slips in the gully, flicked away towards the onside by Stephen Croft, and Joe Denley fields at mid-wicket and there's no run. Well, that was one of the further frustrations about last week at Northants, is that we weren't allowed to use the floodlights. So we went off for bad light, but they couldn't switch the floodlights on.
Why not?
I think it's because they're only allowed to use them so many times in the year.
Yeah, you see, this is starting to just worry me and frustrate me a little, because
Stewart from the Anderson end bowls. Croft push it out towards cover. There's no run.
The number of one-day internationals and T20s that I've done in the last 3 weeks, which supposedly are entitled day-night matches, when it's light here until well gone 9 o'clock at night. And there's a playing condition that says the lights have to be on for the whole of the second innings. So you have the lights on and it's glorious sunshine and 32 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Completely superfluous to requirements.
Croft will defend this next delivery back to the bowler, no run.
I mean, that really has to be looked at, because, you know, the state we're in at the moment, the country's you know, people can't afford lighting bills and heating bills and whatever else, and we're just using them willy-nilly in this game. Ludicrous.
Yeah, it's farcical.
It is.
Yeah, I agree. 69 for 2. Square leg drops back to the boundary. Fine leg and now deep square leg. Crawford nudged the ball back along the pitch and gathered by Stewart off his own bowling, and there's no run. 69 for 2. We're 4 minutes away from tea. So 20 to 5 tea. I'm told that is irrelevant of overs left. Well, there's 28 left, so I don't think that's going to come into the equation, is it? Even if it was.
No, that's all right. Yeah, 28 left. They're going to be 27.
Stewart bowls and Croft off the back foot. Plays the ball out through the offside. Picked up by Stewart off his own bowling. And there's no run. 5 overs, 2 maidens for 9. Then Gilchrist 5 overs, 1 for 19. So we've got 3 minutes until the scheduled tea break. So got time for one more over.
What are you having for tea? What have you got? What are you going to be served up? A fruit cake?
But I don't think we'll get anything.
Oh, right.
No.
You're on rations, are you?
Well, we had some fruit delivered.
Nice.
I got some fruit then when I was off commentary. Oh, but that's a bumpy ride into Manchester Airport, and these winds. Oh my word.
At least it's not being cancelled.
You're going to sit on it for 3 hours when you land at the airport. The plane coming in through the cloudy skies above Manchester. There's Gilchrist to Wells. Full and wide, he drives. It's edged down towards the boundary at third man in front of the hotel for 4 runs. Wells moves on to 26, 73 for 2.
It's what Gilchrist does, isn't he? He bowls you that enticing wide half volley and then bowls you a Jaffa next ball. That's what happened to Josh Bohannon.
It was a good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good ball. He's got this interesting field again, you know, 2 slips, then a gap, and then another slip, and that's where the ball went.
73 for 2. Gilchrist to Wells, who drives to mid-off and Denley fields, and there's no run.
He's done some fielding this session, Denley.
Yeah.
It's been drilled at him.
The ball has basically followed him around, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some fruit down. There might still be some there. Fruit downstairs. Enormous wedges of watermelon.
Oh.
I mean, it takes some tackling, does that?
Yeah. You need a shower after you've eaten one of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. You could prop a door open with one of them. It's absolutely enormous. So a bit of watermelon. I was going to go down for the biscuits and I went for the melon instead.
Very wise.
No, I thought it's a better thing to do, isn't it? Left by Wells, its next delivery, which is angled across it, taken by Sam Billings.
Yeah, just brought an extra slip in for the last few balls before tea. Just slid that tempter in wide of off stump that Wells ignored.
26 not out, Croft on 0. 3 balls left, I think, of the first session of the match. I think we're going to be having tea after this over. Short this time. Dragged out through mid-wicket by Wells, up off his toes for a single. 27 now to him, 74 for 2. Brings Stephen Croft on strike, Lancashire captain. He's had some year, hasn't he, Stephen Croft?
Yeah, I was just saying, one shy run of 600 runs in Championship cricket. Leading run scorer in the T20, wasn't he? Amazing. 37 years of age now.
Waiting for Gilchrist. Just drops it into the offside. There is no run. Bill Drummond comes up from point to field. Actually, after the first match of the season in Canterbury, of course, Croft played. I was speaking to him after that, and he said he didn't really expect to play. And certainly at the start of the season, I think had Jennings been fit, maybe he didn't get into the team. So he's made the most of his chance. Waits for Gilchrist, just onto his pads. A little freebie there for Croft to flick it down towards the fine leg boundary. And comes back for 2. And they are the first runs for Stephen Croft. That is the end of the over. And I think that's going to be tea. It is. Players heading off. So the first session of the match, to wait until 3 o'clock this afternoon to get some cricket because of the rain this morning. It's in Matt Henry bowls 7 overs for 11. Senny 6 overs, 1 for 30. Gilchrist 6 overs, 1 for 26. And 5 overs from Stewart. 24 overs gone of the Lancashire first innings, and a couple of wickets to fall. Jennings for 14 and Bohannon for 27, leaving Luke Wells on 27 and Stephen Croft on 2, the 2 not out batters at tea. It is a blustery afternoon. The 2 umpires are out there at the minute. Not doing anything sinister. I think we're just leaving it a little while longer, but I thought for a second maybe they were just a bit concerned about the light, about the weather. But we're off for tea. And Lancashire 76 for 2 at tea on the first day, and all being well, we'll catch you in around about 20 minutes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
Well, this is good news, because I was concerned that we might not restart, but the umpires... Pop your hat back on, Graham. The umpires are out there. And even though the hover cover was kind of lurking at the edge of the pitch for the entire tea interval, thankfully it didn't rain. It's not massively bright, but the floodlights are on, and the umpires are happy for us to resume after tea. The ground staff who had helped to push the hover cover out can go and settle back down into the dugouts. Radar would suggest it looks clear, but these things can change. The two not-out batsmen, Stephen Croft and Luke Wells, are heading out. And Kent are already out and about as well. Paul Allott will be with us in about half an hour's time. Matt Cole will be with us in about 5 minutes, so you've just got me at the minute to talk you through the first part of this evening session. 27 overs left, I think, isn't it? 27, is that right? Yeah, 27. So we'll see how much we get in. Hopefully we'll get them all in, but the floodlights are on and taking effect as well. Shadows being cast from the players are not from sunlight, unfortunately. So 76 for 2 is what Lancashire are resuming on. Keaton Jennings on out for 14, Josh Bohannon for 27, and Matt Henry will start up after tea for Kent from the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowled a good opening spell. In fact, Kent bowled well through the course of that first session. Waiting for someone to sit down, I think, on the in the seats above the sight screen. So here we go. A little defensive push by Wells. Drops away towards the leg side, and there is a run for Luke Wells. 77 for 2. Brings Stephen Croft on strike. So yeah, it was a good start with the ball for Kent. I think Matt Henry set the tempo, didn't he? 7 overs, 2 maidens for 12. Just eased out through the offside for a single, for no run rather. Joe Denley fields. So Henry 7 overs for 12. Senny 6 overs, 1 for 30. Gilchrist 6 overs, 1 for 26. With the odd Jaffa in there as well. It was a really good ball he got Josh Bohannon with. And Stewart 5 overs, 2 maidens for 9. There's Croft driving pleasantly through the covers. Denley again chasing after. He's been busy, Denley. Who's going to win? The ball again slows. It's a really slow outfield. I mean, it's a big hit, that. I'm playing in one of the central pitches here. This is the pitch that was used for the one-day international. So they're the central pitches. So they're the best for the TV cameras, for TV footage. So they are quite big boundaries, but there's a pretty slow outfield. There's a few shots in the first session of the game where you were thinking 4 and ran 3. So 80 for 2. First boundary of the post-tea session. Little flick away off the hip for 4 runs. So Wells moves on to 32. 84 for 2. And that brings Henry back in, bowling to Wells, and just dropped out into the offside, and there is no run. Wells this season for Lancashire with 600 runs. That's an average of 50. Top score of 175. 2 centuries, 2 50s. Having a cracking season at the top with the bat, Luke Wells. That's guided away through the onside. Just dragging the ball that was a little short and wide, and just pulls it out towards mid-wicket. It wasn't a kind of full-blooded pull shot. Just kind of paddled it out towards the mid-wicket region for a single. Nicked the strike as well. Luke Wells, 33 to him now, so 85 for 2. Yeah, so enjoying a good year, Luke Wells. 600 runs, averaging 50. That 175 not out came in Lancashire's victory against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And he battered through the final day. Lancashire was set 330 runs to win, and they got them with Wells 175 not out. It will be Senny to open up the bowling from the Brian Statham end. After tea, the first over after tea. Impressive start to his time with Kent. Picking up his 8th wicket so far. For Kent, he's got 1 for 30. Here he comes from the Brian Statham end. 2 slips in the gully. Wells will flick it off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Score moves on to 86 for 2 as we start the 26th over of the Lancashire first innings. A bit of gardening for Stephen Croft, who's preparing to face his first delivery from Senny since tea. Takes guard from the umpire. 86 for 2. Croft on 5. Senny in and bowling. Just hopping back into his crease and working the ball away through mid-wicket, but for no run for Stephen Croft, who again comes down. There's a little bit of gardening. Short sleeves for Croft. It's not particularly cold. It looks quite bleak from in here, but not too chilly, even though it looks like it could be April rather than July. Senny balls and beats Croft, who plays it's kind of half forward, leaning into it. Ball snakes away past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper, and there's no run. And say good afternoon for the first time since tea to Matt Cole.
Hello indeed, yeah. Interesting tea it was. A bit of late movement from Senny there as well, wasn't there? Just that nip in through to the wicket keeper.
Ball well here, Kent, for me.
Yeah, I think so too. I thought one up was hitting on the head with Matt Henry as well. A bit luckless, wasn't he, in his opening spell?
Yep. Senny balls, Croft off the back foot, trying to work it away through the offside. Picked up at point, and there's no run.
Doesn't feel like batting is that easy out there, and I'm sure it won't be in the gloom. And these are two, Kent's 2 overseas fast bowlers, both very high quality, and have been bowling plenty this summer as well already. It's going to be hard. So Luke Wells digging in on 34 from 74, and captain Croft 5 from 19. As Nathan Gilchrist just moved back at deep square leg. Does that mean there's a short ball coming?
Let's see. Here's Senny in and bowling. It's full. And it brings him forward, and Croft defends away into the offside, but for no run.
He did that exactly the same thing the last time he moved Nathan Gilchrist out, very pointedly moving in from a a sort of orthodox square leg out towards the boundary. He bowled a full ball the next time, so he's only got one ball left to dig in the short one, if that was his intention.
Yeah, deep square and long leg. 2 slips, gully, points, cover, mid-off and mid-on. Senny over the wicket and bowls a wide ball, and Croft cuts the ball down towards third man. And 4 runs for Croft. The ball disappearing over the boundary rope. And the score moves on to 90 for 2.
Yeah, he's got a bit of nip to him, isn't he, Senny? And that's whipped away high as well. I completely lost the flight of it, but it's well cleared the slip cordon, isn't it?
Yeah, it was up and over the kind of slip, wasn't it? Up and over kind of gully region from Croft. End of the over that. 5 off it. So 90 for 2. Wells 34. And Croft on 9. They've reached the close of play on the first day between Yorkshire and Hampshire. They've had a bit of poor weather in Scarborough. Yorkshire won 5-8 for 8.
Sam Billings charging back from having a word with Matt Henry, the bowler.
There's quite a lot of ground to cover as a captain, isn't it, when you're keeping wicket?
He's got such energy though, hasn't he? And big voice as well, Sam Billings. Organising a slightly closer square leg for Henry as he bowls to Wells. Just withdraws the bat from that one, allows it to hit the open face and out towards point. And there's a single for him. Plenty of gardening, these two. I'm not sure if this is a nervous reaction, but Croft and Wells. Croft's gone almost 2/3 of the way up the track to do some gardening. I don't know where he thinks this is going to pitch from Matt Henry, this next one, but presumably not in his own half. But just trying to secure the surface. I mean, this is prodigious tamping on the bat on the offside as well. There are some clear marks on the pitch already. Scott's been saying was used for that one-day international. This one is past the man at third slip. No great shout there. In fact, it's the man at gully. It's gone through for 4, is it? Yeah, he's angled the bat. No, not quite actually. Stopped by Daniel Bell-Drummond. I beg your pardon. At third, and it'll come back for 3. Croft goes on to 12.35 for Wells there, but yeah, a genuine shot that one for Croft. Just running it down through to third man past the 3 slips and gully. 95 for 2 Lancashire here. Sam Billings has no deep third there. Still not going to. Daniel Bell-Drummond comes up towards point as Henry runs in to bowl. Rising delivery, that one to Croft. And there's no run.
Yeah, that was quite tricky to play, wasn't it? And he played it well, but say it was a ball with a bit of extra bounce, and he got to get right on top of it. Croft, tricky here, this, isn't it? Under the lights, bowlers have started well. Could be a 24 overs. If we do get them in the conditions like this will be a very difficult 24 overs for Lancashire batters.
Just pausing that, it was an all-run 4, wasn't it? Here's Henry to Croft up on his toes, trying to drive that into the offside. Denley smartly out from mid-off once again. Ball seems to be finding Joe Denley. Well, I say that actually, he's run a long way from mid-off to cover to stop it, hasn't he? So 95 for 2, but there we go. We don't get many all-run 4s, do we? That was one. Well, how did Croft end up back on strike? There's only one way. So the 4 slips now and a diagonal line next to Billings. Oh, it squared him up. Has it got the edge? It's a late appeal from Matt Henry, which perhaps rather implies that it wasn't an edge. It was a beautiful delivery rising from Henry. That's caused Croft more trouble even than the previous rising delivery. Absolute snorter. More gardening's doing. Luke Wells is just shaking his head. I love these close-ups we're getting here. He's just shaking his head at his captain, who smiles ruefully back at him. That's what he's saying there.
Well done for not hitting it.
Yeah, I suppose maybe so. Don't ask me. I don't know what you can do about it. Here's Henry to Croft. Goes on the drive past Henry. Just Well, an extravagant dive at it, but can't stop the ball, and they'll come back for 2. Ball thrown in back towards the non-striker's end, but Wells is well safe. Is it okay there, Luke Wells? Just looked a little bit uncomfortable as he was running the second. I think he's absolutely fine. 97 for 2. Wells has 35. Croft 15 now, with 7 taken off the over, but a bit of discomfort in those 3-dot balls that Stephen Croft had to see off from Matt Henry as well. 27 overs gone.
Yeah, so quite a decent chunk of cricket to go tonight. And Kent will feel they've got a great opportunity here. Make this pretty awkward for the 2 current batters out there. Picked up 2 wickets so far. Lancashire going at 3.5 runs and over at the minute. As Wells plays a forward defensive back down the pitch, and there's no runs. The runs have come for Lancashire, 97 for 2 from 27 overs.
At the moment, it looks like a good sporting pitch, this one, doesn't it? It's got plenty of pace in it. So when they're hitting them or cutting them, certainly they're getting decent distance.
Paul
a little bit of nip off the surface as well.
Moves back to what Paul Hallett was saying, wasn't it? That if there's a bit of rain around, the pitch is covered. That's when you tend to, as a bowling side, get most out of the pitches here. Nice defender by Wells. Away towards the leg side for no run. 97 for 2. Lancashire be, as indeed I'm sure Kent will be hoping that it is a good sporty pitch that produces a result. They can be quite difficult to find results here. The good pitches normally, and you've got to work hard to take 20 wickets to win matches, and Lancashire already this season have been frustrated with draws and not being able to get over the line and force victories. So wins needed as well. Short ball banged in by Senny. Wells ducks underneath it. Gathered by Billings, and there's no run.
Yeah, bit of life today. You were saying that traditionally second day's the best one to bat in, or bat on rather.
Yeah. If the forecast is clearer for tomorrow, if you know, Lancashire can get through these 23 overs relatively unscathed, then they'll be pleased that they can have the prospect of batting day 2 and trying to benefit on that. But there's a lot of work to do tonight. Senny balls, that wraps the pad of Wells. He's peeling away in celebration. Arm up aloft.
I have to say, from here, that looked like a very good shout, unless it's got a bit of bat.
He kind of went away with his left arm in celebration, and he still can't believe it, can he? Said he stood there with his hands on his hips. And
well, I say it's a good shout. It was definitely very convincing from what you said anyway, but just the body language there. But he's having to turn back.
Yeah, Neil Pratt, the umpire, not giving that one out.
Unmoved, literally.
It was a kind of a Stuart Broad type appeal, wasn't it? Because he didn't actually appeal in terms of asking the umpire. He was almost it was more of a celebration, wasn't it? And then, to his frustration, the umpire gave it not out. Senny balls again. Edge. This is gone. Wells departs. It's a good catch. I think it's Jack Leaning at gully. Takes a sharp-looking catch. And that flashes off the shoulder of the bat from Wells, and Lancashire lose their 3rd wicket. 97 for 3. There's the appeal for LBW given as not out. Then just a few moments later, Senny does get his victim. And Leaning takes a sharp-looking catch. 97 for 3. Wells goes for 35. 1 ball left of the over, and Rob Jones is emerging from the Lancashire dressing room. See the replay now as it's taken at shoulder height, went quickly to Leaning. And a rather quizzical look back down the pitch from Luke Wells. So 97 for 3. Out comes Rob Jones to join Stephen Croft, and this is tricky for Lancashire's batters here, and Kent looking to try and make the most of it. They won the toss, opted to have a ball, and so far we'll be pleased to have got rid of Lancashire's top three. Jennings, Wells and Bohannon all back in the dressing room.
Yeah, it's a wicked rising delivery, isn't it? Just outside off stump, and that's the one for him. Saw it against Warwickshire and here as well. It's just really uncomfortable to play. It's just the sort of full stump line, but rising, getting near the body of the batsman, making them think they have to play, or at least try and fend it off. But yeah, lovely delivery, that one.
Yeah, he's got no choice there, has he, Wells? He's a great deal I don't think he could do about that. It's a terrific delivery sent down by Senny that's turned him round and got the big edge, balloon to gully. Leaning takes the catch at shoulder height. 97 for 3. Final ball of the over coming up. Oh, big appeal for LBW, and he's given it. It's 2 in 2. Jones has gone first ball, and Lancashire are 4 down. 97 for 4. And Rob Jones out. LBW. That's the final ball of the over. Senny will be on a hat-trick when he comes back into the attack for his next over. And Kent have got Lancashire 4 down. 97 for 4. Jones has gone. First ball faced. LBW for naught.
Yeah, double wicket salvo by Senny. He now has 3 for 35. Just push forward a little bit hesitantly to that one. He's trapped low in front. And as you say, 97 for 4 now. Work to do for Lancashire to get themselves back into this first day. Kent will be delighted. 76 for 2, and score moving on at 97 for 2. Perhaps they're just thinking Lancashire are getting on top. There always seem to be. There's like a ball and over from any of these Kent seamers, and particularly from Henry and Senny, that have troubled Lancashire. This pitch, as I said, looks like it's got a bit of devil in it. And at the moment, it's Navdeep Senny who's the man exploiting it best.
Yeah, he's had this is a great start for Kent, isn't it? Post tee. Mentioned the 27 overs that Lancashire had to bat here. And under floodlights, of course, cloudy conditions. Perhaps a bit of a spicy pitch. He's certainly done enough in that first session to suggest that this would be pretty difficult in these conditions for Lancashire. And Kent looking to try and jump right into this now. Great opportunity to get right in and amongst Lancashire and try and bowl them out pretty cheaply in their first innings. 97 for 4. Washington Sundar, the new batter, joining the captain there, Stephen Croft. 2 wickets in the final 2 deliveries of that over for Senny. 8 overs, 3 for 35 now. And he'll be on a hat-trick when he's back in following this over from Matt Henry.
Indeed so. Henry then to bowl. Stephen Croft 15 from 26 so far. 97 for 4. Lancashire. Croft just dropped short of the man at 4 slip. To see that on the replay, but Ben Compton diving to his left there. Some consternation amongst the slip cordon, and a pat on the back from Zach Crawley. Did it quite carry? I don't know, but
sure.
Croft was trying again to just run it down to third man. Replay here. Very close.
It did.
Head in hands from Zach Crawley, and goes away in the end for 3.
I think it would have been an absolute stunner if he catches it.
It's one of those, isn't it? It's a half, a quarter, an eighth of a chance maybe, but again, Washington Sundar just taking his guard. I think I almost literally bumped into him in the hotel this morning, Washington, and I'm hoping for his sake he didn't get the middle of the night alarm call that some of us got when the fire alarm went off.
No, not the old fire alarm. Oh, blimey.
I hope he's fresh. Henry greets him with a bouncer just outside off stump, but Sundar doesn't need to play at that one, and so doesn't through to wicket-keeper Sam Billings. No run.
Was it a bleary-eyed start to the day for you then, Matt?
Didn't know what was going on, I have to say. I say middle of the night. I think it was just before 5 o'clock, 4:30, something like that.
It's time to get up anyway then.
Well, I was hoping for a bit more sleep than that, but there we go. It's Henry. Oh, shoulders, arms, and that's coming back at his off stump. That was mighty close.
Yeah.
And I'd say this for people that don't know the body language of Matt Henry. He's not particularly histrionic, Matt Henry, and he's just put one hand to his forehead and walked away, muttering to himself. Blows out the cheeks there, Matt Henry.
It's doing a bit here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Goodness.
Sundar survives, though. It's Henry to him now. Drops on that on-off stump. Out to the offside. And fielded by Denley. There's no run. Kept the tails up, no doubt about it. 100 for 4.
First, of course, home match for Washington Sundar. Made his debut last week at Northamptonshire, so a home debut for him.
On the wickets as well?
Yeah, bowled well. I think he got 4 in the first innings. Oh no, I've got a fifer. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, got a fifer, yeah.
It's Henry to Sundar. Inside the off stump again, that's jagged back, but after it's left the batsman, and Sundar trusting his leave there. The slips are all oohs and ahs at the moment.
It's come back, hasn't it? It's not too far away.
There'll be plenty of noise behind Washington Sundar at the moment, I would have thought. As Henry comes in, last ball of his 10th over, none for 30 so far, and just collects that, does Sundar, and trying to flick it into the onside. That's one actually picking it off stump and fielded by Senny, and that will be the end of the over. 29 gone, 100 for 4 are Lancashire here.
Only one kind of partnership so far, that Wells-Bohannon one of 44, but 2 quick wickets after tea. Perfect start for Kent in the evening session. 100 up for Lancashire, but 4 wickets now to have fallen. He's on a hat-trick. Do you want a hat-trick?
Of course he is. No, after you. It's a cross and over. It's not quite the drama.
He's got 3 slips. And then a gully. He was almost kind of a 4th slip. There's a gap between the 3rd slip and that kind of short gully. Point, wide mid-off, short mid-wicket. Hat-trick ball for Senny. Oh, he went for the Yorker. He was took out by Croft, clipping it off his toes out towards square leg for a single. Moves on to 19, 101 for 4. Fighting the Yorker for the hat-trick ball. Missed a hat-trick a few years ago with this situation. In fact, it was 2 wickets at the end of the over. Then it was tea. Then it was another over, and then of course he came back on and got a wicket with his first ball, and then we completely missed it. It was James Faulkner.
I think that's fair enough.
I felt terrible.
Did you? I suppose it is our job.
But then I felt a little bit better. As Senny comes in and bowls to Washington, that's driven into the offside for no run. When I spoke to James Faulkner in an interview afterwards, and he said he'd also forgotten. He didn't have a clue it was his hat-trick. He said the umpire told him, by the way, that's a hat-trick. And he went, oh, right, yeah.
Oh, nice.
So I felt a little bit better with that. Washington Sundar resting his bat on his shoulder. First appearance at Emirates Old Trafford. Terrific debut last week. 5 wickets on debut, and then at the end seeing it through for the run chase with Will Williams. Senny in and balls, worked away off the hip out towards mid-wicket, and they dart through for a quick single.
It's 2 Indians there, I suppose, isn't it?
There is, yep.
Senny himself, who took 5-wicket haul in the first innings against Warwickshire on his debut. Both very successful starts. How long is Washington with Lancashire for? Can they keep him for the rest of the season? What his commitments are?
Sending in and balls to Croft, going back and deflecting the ball away towards square leg for a leg by. No run on that. Leg by signalled by umpire Neil Pratt. So 102 for 4. They're hoping to have Washington Sundar for the championship match at Southport a few weeks back, but he was unable to play in that game. So a debut in Bristol last week, and he's going to be around for the Royal London One Day Cup as well. So he's got his first appearance here at Emirates Old Trafford in this fixture, and then he's going to be out at some wonderful grounds across the northwest playing some cricket. So that'd be great to see. Senny balls to Sundar, who plays forward. The ball just disappears behind square on the offside. Daniel Bell-Drummond does catch up with it. Washington Sundar moves on to 2. The score moves on to 104 for 4. With 1 ball remaining of the 30th over. We'll get the gauge out. Umpire Neil Pratt wants to check the bat. Oh, that's fine. No worries with that. All good. They've got all the gadgets, these umpires, haven't they? There's nothing they've not got in those pockets. Like a TARDIS. You could almost request anything, and he'll say, yeah, I've got that, just in my inside pocket. No problem. Croft on 19. Sending in a balls, and that's off the back foot by Croft. Worked away through mid-wicket. Jogs through for a single. Score moves on to 105 for 4, and that completes the 30th over. Croft on 20, Sundar on 2. Senny, 3 wickets, 3 for 39 from 9 overs. Henry, wicketless, I think a little unfortunate. 10 overs for 30 runs. Gilchrist, 6 overs, 1 for 26, and Stewart 5 overs for 9. 21 overs remaining in the day's allocation, if we can get them all in. With floodlight still beaming down. 4 slips in place. Here's Matt Henry to Stephen Croft. Gets forward and pushes the ball into the offside. There's no run. Paul Allett's joined us again for half an hour or so. Lively start post tee, Paul.
Yeah, good bowling from Sinai, wasn't it? a couple of quick wickets, just what Kent wanted, and taking advantage of conditions which are bowler friendly. It must be said, it's pretty gloomy. Lights are on full. A bit of drizzle in the air.
Henry to Croft. Nudged down into the offside. There's no run yet. This feels particularly awkward, this, doesn't it, if you're a batting side?
Well, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tricky, to say the least. But have to battle on, Lancashire.
105 for 4. Henry is bowling. 105 for 4, Lancashire, in their first innings. Tricky conditions here to bat. Floodlights are on. They've lost 2 wickets since tea. Senny's bowled really well for Kent, and Lancashire lost 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. In fact, Wells first to go, caught by leaning at Gully, and then the very next delivery, Rob Jones LBW for naught. So Stephen Croft on 20, Washington Sundar on 2, and Lancashire are 105 for 4. And that's worked out into the onside for no run the previous delivery, and got 20 overs left today. This could be a horrible 20 overs.
It could. Lancashire really don't want to lose any more wickets tonight, ideally. Stephen Croft just pushing that back out to mid-off. Stays on 20. Washington Sundar, his partner. Matt Henry's bowled really well. Got good figures. None for 30. Could quite easily be 2 for 30 or so.
Yeah, he's been unlucky, hasn't he? Croft just defends away into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 105 for 4. Croft 20 and Washington Sundar on 2. Wickets today of Luke Wells for 35, Keaton Jennings for 14, Josh Bohannon for 27, Rob Jones for 0. 2 and 2 for Seni, who's come steaming in post tee. Kent looking to make the most of these conditions.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent over, that, wasn't it? He had a huge appeal against Wales for LBW, turned down, and caused much consternation in the Kent slip cordon. Next ball was quicker and fended to gully.
He's back in again, bowling it, hit straight back down the pitch. Well, the question is whether Seni got a touch on that, and if he did, it hit the stumps, but was Croft out of his ground? He was. I suspect from the appeal he has touched it, the bowler.
Yeah, I think he got back, Crofty. I think he was back in time. Anyway, he's been given not out, so that's good. Good news from Lancashire's point of view, anyway.
Nice shot by Washington Sundar. Almost ran his partner out. 105 for 4. Seni in, left and through to the keeper, no run. Little battle within a battle, this, isn't it? The two Indian internationals here. Nice little contest between the pair of them as well.
Bowls with good pace, doesn't he, Seni? I think he was part of the Rajasthan Royals set up in the IPL, and Joss Butler said that he bowled quickly, but was a little wayward at times. I must admit he's got decent control, or appears to have this afternoon and this evening, and he's certainly got a bit of pace.
3 slips and a gully waiting. And Sundar leans into it and pushes away into the offside. Denley fields. Feels like Denley's been fielding for most of the day.
In every position.
In every position, yeah. He's had a busy old day. Got a big dirty stain below his right knee, Joe Denley. Yeah, he's had a busy day in the field. Ball seems to be following him around. Washington Sundar waits. That ball's angled across him and gathered by Sam Billings, and there's no run.
Looks to have time, Washington. Even when he leaves it, he looks as though he's got time, which is a good sign. Very quietly spoken young man, very polite. Enjoying his time here at Lancashire, at Emirates Old Trafford.
I had a conversation with him in Northampton last week after his fifer. And that's wide and left, and a hopping Sam Billings takes it in front of first slip, and there's no run. He's looking forward to what's to come.
Yeah, it's an experience for him, isn't it? That's. I think that's the point. Quite clearly, it's part of Lancashire's strategy to try and enrol an Indian player for part of the summer. We did with Shreyas Iyer last year, but unfortunately he got injured. Washington following in that regard.
Final ball of the over. It's fallen wide and punched nicely through the offside for runs. In fact, 4 of them just in front of square. The boundary for Washington Sundar takes a total onto 109 for 4. Might be worth, Paul, just explaining how this move came about and your obviously your role in this.
Well, it's a two-sided issue, really. Lancashire looking to expand their contacts within India, which began about 3 years ago when we went to Reliance Park pre-season. That's in Mumbai. And played a T20 game out there, but also had a really good camp for 6-7 days in February. And we thought it'd be a good idea to try and encourage a young Indian.
Croft defends back down the pitch for no run.
A young Indian player to come over and play for Lancashire in ostensibly the 50-over competition, but possibly in red ball cricket as well, and that's how And I got in touch with Ravi Shastri last year and tried to ally this with the BTCI and the Indian team, and we got Shreyas to come, and he was all signed up and ready to come, and then dislocated his shoulder.
A little flick off the hip by Croft as Henry sends it in, no run.
And following on from that, Shreyas was received really well, both by the club and through social media. That's about what he did for us in terms of his connection with Lancashire. But that worked well in a limited capacity. We decided we'd try and do the same this year.
Henry balls and Croft drives. Play and miss by Croft. The ball just snakes away past the edge of the bat. Taken by Billings, no run.
It's good bowling from Henry. Full ball, a bit half-hearted from Crofty. But anyway, Ravi having moved back into the media and Rahul Dravid taking over as coach, I spoke to Rahul and we had a short list of Indian players drawn up. He thought it was a good idea as well if they could come over here and learn.
Croft just dabs the ball out towards the offside and Bell Drummond fields backward of point, no run.
Yeah, learn about the game and gain experience in different conditions, and hence we've managed to land Washington as our overseas player, albeit briefly, and Mark Chilton did most of the dealings, virtually all of them, after I sort of passed over the contact. So
Croft just leans forward, Henry bowls, and it's pushed out in towards the offside again. Bell Drummond stops it, no run.
So the Chilton Chapel axis basically confirmed the deal, and here's Washington playing for us, and very successfully at Northants, helped us win the game down there, and obviously everybody hoping that he does well in this game as well. So initially he'll be playing these 2 championship games and the 50 over competition for Lancashire. May extend that, I don't know.
Croft in behind, and that's worked back towards Henry, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 109 for 4, 33 overs gone. Washington Sundar on 6, Stephen Croft on 20. So he'll be with Lancashire for the group for the whole of the One Day Cup then. That's the plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we get to the final, it might be tricky. That final's not till the 17th of September.
Right.
There's a 2-week gap in after the quarter-finals, supposedly to allow counties and supporters to get their act together and buy tickets and all that sort of stuff.
I was at the final last year. It was at Trent Bridge.
Trent Bridge,
it was a good crowd.
Trent Bridge again.
Trent Bridge again. It was a quick turnaround last year, though. There was very little time.
3 or 4 days.
Yeah, it was. But it was a decent crowd and good game. Senny balls to Washington Sundar, who's driving and missing. And it's a no ball, signalled by the umpire. 111 for 4, Lancashire. It's done a bit, hasn't it, today? And Kent have capitalised upon it. They bowl well on the pitch.
Yeah, they've bowled well, kept the ball up. There's been very little short, not an awful lot wide. I think Lancashire played positively. They wouldn't have obviously be happy at losing 4 wickets.
Sending over the wicket into Washington Sundar, who turned around a little. Ball deflects away off the outer half of the bat. Bell Drummond at deepish point, actually. He's right at the edge of the square almost there, and there's no run. Sleeveless jumper for Senny.
Not been many of those around for a couple of weeks, have there?
No, not really required last week. Required today. Does look like it's more April than July, really. Right up onto the toes goes Washington Sundar and defends the ball out into the offside for no run. 1-1-1 for 4.
I think the forecast's getting better through the week, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I'm just going to check with your website. Well, not yours personally, not the Scott Reed weather.
Don't have me on, no.
BBC. Here we go. Tuesday 19. Wednesday 21.
Oh, lovely.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, shower. Oh no, not till 10 o'clock at night.
Well, that's all right.
So 21, 22 degrees.
Okay. I'll do.
Yeah.
As long as it's dry. Any balls left again by Washington Sundar. Again, Billings takes it. He's up onto his toes. That really did thud into the gloves of Sam Billings. Good spell this by Seni after tee. Really has set the tempo. Backed up by the work from Henry, and in the field. Leaning's taken some good catches.
Well, this is what you want from your quick bowlers. Good spell with a new ball. Got rid of Jennings, and then a bit of a break, rest at tea time, and then come in for 4 or 5 overs now. Try and dislodge a couple more batsmen.
Balls to Sundar. Just works it off his hip out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, short bursts. That's what's required here, I think. Probably no more than 4 overs, 5 maximum, I would say, in the spell. Been a trifle expensive. He's going at around about 4 and over, but I think you'll forgive that if you're going to pick up top order wickets, and he's got 3 of them. There's all sorts going on now in the field. Players crisscrossing, changing over, leg slips going in, leg gully, leg slip, leg gully. So 3 slips, a gully, and a leg. Yeah, leg slip, leg gully.
He's going to bowl around the wicket to Jennings. Sorry, to Washington Sundar.
There's a bit of Jennings about him, I'll give you that. Yeah.
There's no run.
Tall, an air of languid about him, isn't there?
I was listening to your interview with, just on Seni there, and you mentioned he's a bit expensive. You know, but he's picked up 3 wickets, he'd probably sacrifice the runs. You know, you're happy to sacrifice the runs for the wickets he's got. You had a chat with Rob Key, didn't you, the other day?
Yes. Yeah, did about half an hour with him, actually. It was, yeah, wind him up and keeps going, doesn't he? He's good.
Which, I think you can catch it still. It's on the, if you go to Lancs Twitter page, it'll be on there. It's on the Lancs TV YouTube page. There's Washington Sundar's up onto his toes to defend it into the offside for no run. End of the over. 111 for 4. But the point I was making is that, I'm trying to make badly, is that your conversation with Rob Key about how England have changed their outlook in Test cricket, and which is noticeable in terms of their batting in particular, but how does that apply to England's bowling? And he made the point, didn't he, about not necessarily being too concerned about runs, more about taking wickets which I thought was quite an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion over a number of years, and
Henry balls to Croft, squirts away past Gully for a single. It's a false shot from Croft, and the bowler will feel perhaps a little bit of a.
I tell you what, how that started. It started years ago when Brett Lee bowled for Australia. Brett Lee was quick. He was the shock bowler behind McGrath, who was steady, Gillespie equally steady, and Warne, who was magical. But Brett Lee used to take his wickets going at 4 and 5 and over, but you'd settle for 4 for 80 off 20 overs from him, you know, and that looked expensive in comparison to McGrath and Gillespie and Warne.
Henry balls to Washington Sundar, wide ball and left, and taken by the keeper.
But look at the wickets column. That's the one that really matters. I mean, that's a conversation that was going on 10 years ago plus. You know, it's raining.
Yeah, hang on, we're going off, aren't we?
Yeah,
we're going off.
Drizzly. Not forecast as well.
No, there is certainly nothing picked up on the radar, so it must be quite light. The background sound of the hover cover.
Background sound?
Yes.
Sorry, what did he say?
Yes, quite. the predominant sound of the hover cover as it bursts into life. Washington Sundar on 6 and Stephen Croft on 21 are heading off. 112 for 4, Lancashire. Don't think they'd be too concerned about going off here. 35th over of the Lancashire first innings. Ground staff are pushing out the hover cover, and Graham Lloyd's making a few notes. And look up towards the scoreboard. Look at the time.
need to take a light reading as well, and the ground staff need to get as many covers on as possible, as slowly as possible. That's the plan.
1-1-2 for 4. Do you want to finish your point about what you did? We started talking about something which is
it was taking wickets being the preeminent and predominant thought of England's Test team now, and that's what they want to do, and quite right, you know. Rob Key was making the point that over the last 3, 4, 5 years there's this phrase which I hate about bowling dry, which basically means bowl maidens and the batsman will make mistakes. Well, yeah, okay, that's a reasonable philosophy, but let's not forget you need to be taking wickets whilst you're bowling. It's the lot of, or expected of, a Test match bowler that he will be pretty accurate. That's what they do. Or he's going to have something shot, a point of difference, which is where Brett Lee came from years ago. Bit of extra pace. So, yeah, by all means bowl accurately, but you have to be looking to take wickets as well. And it's a pretty simple philosophy, and one that may have been forgotten or shrouded over or disappeared in coach speak over the last few years.
We kind of stumbled across that point because the star of the post-tea session has been Navdeep Saini, who's picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls. He's got 3 for 45, so perhaps a little expensive, but he's picked up the 3 wickets and bowled beautifully. And Kent will be delighted with how it stands. We're off at the minute for a little bit of... Did they take a meter reading?
Didn't see them.
No, I didn't either. So it is rain, not light. That's the problem. They've covered the pitch with the hover cover. They've not dragged out the extra sheets to cover the square or anything like that. So maybe just a brief passing shower. And Lancashire are 112 for 4 with Croft on 21 and Washington Sundar on 6. So we'll see. We'll see how we get on. Hopefully we'll be back for a bit more live cricket in the not too distant future. The body language from the ground staff would suggest that they don't think this is going to be hanging around for very long, and whatever was blowing in the wind is going to blow through pretty quickly. So rain stops play. Lancashire 112 for 4, and we'll catch you when play is about to resume. Hopefully not too long off. So the umpires have had a little look out. Looks like the universal sign of that is it for the day, I think. They took a meter reading just as the players were going off. They've just been back out, taken another meter reading. And I think we can work out from the way that Graham Lloyd was signalling towards the Lancashire dressing room that play has been abandoned for the day. I'm sure that will all get radioed through and we'll get confirmation officially, but I think that will be confirmed in the not too distant future. The ground staff are just pulling out some extra sheets there to protect the not just the bowlers' run-ups, but I think they'll just get things settled down for the rest of the evening and get the whole out the square covered up for the night. So it looks like it's going to be just a 34.2 overs possible on the first day. But a day that Kent have enjoyed. They've picked up 4 Lancashire wickets, and just to confirm, that play has been abandoned for the day now. That officially confirmed, with Navdeep Saini picking up 3 for 45. Henry picking going wicketless, but was a little unlucky actually. 12 overs for 31, and Nathan Gilchrist 6 overs, 1 for 26. Stewart 5 overs for 9. So close of play on the first day. Lancashire losing the wickets of Luke Wells for 35, Keaton Jennings for 14, Josh Bohannon for 27, and Rob Jones for 0. Of course, 2 wickets in 2 balls for Saini, dismissing Wells and then Jones. It was on a hat-trick for a period, or for a delivery, which was negotiated in the end by Washington Sundar. He's unbeaten on 6, Stephen Croft on 21. That is the close of play on the first day. And those 2 batters will resume tomorrow morning. We're going to have 104 overs bowled tomorrow. So we're catching up time that's been lost today. We've not had too much play, I'm afraid. Just a 34.2 overs possible on the opening day. So Lancashire against Kent. Close of play, day 1. The home side 112 for 4. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning for coverage live from Emirates Old Trafford. Join us for that.
When you want the best seats in the house, it matters where you stay.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92. We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
Come on.